Okay, I think we're going live. I need to get the microphone. Okay, I think we're going live. Okay, I think I got that plugged in. Let's see. Yep, she switched over. Yeah, I should be live. We'll just wait for somebody to get in here. Got a few things to talk about. Made a little bit of progress on the Jeep. Show some pictures of that pretty soon. It's been a pretty busy week. Today I did a first thing this morning. Guy dropped off a chainsaw last night. So he said he was using it, gassed it up, and he couldn't get it started. So I drained the gas out of it and then put fresh gas in it. Hey Rob, how's it going? That jam is really good. I like not that I take the chunks out, but I use the rest, and then oh man, it's almost gone. We've almost used a whole loaf of bread. Gonna have to work on something that it costs you a little bit to get that here, so we'll have to do something about that. But I just cleaned out the gas and blew out the air filter, and then I put fresh gas in it, premix, and it fired right up. So then I cleaned up the whole saw and checked everything out, adjusted the carburetor, and it's running good. So he came and got it. He was really happy. Yeah, Michelle mentioned how goodness goes well with ice cream. Oh, please don't worry about that. Yeah, I haven't tried it with any ice cream. I need to get some ice cream. We just slim pickings to get to the store, or we just don't get to the store. So I want to make some root beer floats too. So how's everything been going for you, Rob? How's the garden going? So yeah, let me show you the chainsaw. Cleaned it all up, swapped out the gas, adjusted the carburetor. It runs really good. I didn't do no blade sharpening, or I didn't check none of the bar oil. It was all oily, so it was oiling. Came and picked that up. He was really happy. I think he needs some work on his car though. His car just seemed like it wasn't running very good. Then after that, I changed oil on this golf cart. It's a club car. He was a walk-in today, and I got some of that SAE 30, and that's what it called for. So no oil filter. So I changed the oil and then checked his air filter, and his air filter was bad. So we ordered one of those. So he's coming back. Golf cart number 2 that came in the other day, not running. I diagnosed it needs a coil. So we ordered a coil for that one today. And then I did a brake job on the 2013 Equinox. And the brake rotors were warped. I got like 9 thousandths on the one. I only checked the one on the outside. But then when I was going ahead and replacing the rotors and the pads, I noticed I couldn't get the caliper back on that passenger side front one. So I'm like, okay, it's got a stuck caliper. So I'm like, okay, just to be sure, I'm going to loosen the line. The caliper goes right back in. So the brake hose was bad. So we had to do the rotors, the pads, and 1 brake hose. It was a little bit extra, but she was okay with it. I don't know why my chat keeps going in and out. Well, let me see if it's working on the regular one. So Rob says the garden's doing well. Lots more of everything: banana peppers, red potatoes, blue potatoes, onions, cherry tomatoes, zucchini, squash. We are in the harvest season. Well, that's awesome. You guys got a lot of homegrown stuff. I know me and Michelle, we ain't gonna touch no store-bought and lettuce around here, or go to Taco Bell. So we picked up some stuff at the grocery store the other day when I bought that bread. Right before you, or the same day we got the jam in the mail. And I can't believe that them jars made it through the mail, but they did. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the chat's working here. It just ain't working on my software for some reason. I'll put it back on me, and then I'm gonna see if I can fix this. Let's see if I can get another. All right, I just restarted the chat box. Hey, Wrench, how's it going? Yeah, his garden, Rob's garden, is awesome. I can show you the last pictures he sent me. So he says it's getting to harvest time. I just got a bunch of your pictures all right there, Rob. And then Rob sent us a couple jars of jam. I think it was some blueberry and some strawberry. Oh, that is so good. And then the bread I bought, for some reason, it's the thicker bread, so it was so much better. I'm going to start buying that bread from now on. Yeah, I seen it was in a Tecton box. Must have been from the tool haul you got. So I'm starting off tonight. It's a red ribbon. Established, it looks like 1904. Root beer, homebrewed style, with real cane sugar. Let me see where this one is from. It's got to be on this side. Okay, Rob, it's in Natarona Bottling Company, Natarona, Pennsylvania. Don't know if I'm saying that. It's Natrona. Natrona Bottling Company in Pennsylvania. Oh, I'm not sure I like this one, but I'll drink it up. So, Wrench, how you been doing? How's work been going? We've been busy here. Yeah, I was just getting through it. I did a chainsaw, did a club car oil change. I did the 2013 Equinox, the brakes, and it turned out the brake hose was bad too, causing the caliper to stick. And I'm sure that's the vibration he was complaining about. I just didn't drive it long enough or hit the brakes hard enough and drive it long enough to get the rotor hot. And then after I got all that done, I worked on the Jeep a little bit, found some interesting stuff. So I'm going to pull up a picture. Wrench says he's been busy. Lots to fix. Rob says, not sure on that. My guess with our Pensastucky slang would be like Neutrona. Okay. Yeah, Benny picked this up for me on his trip out when he went out west. It says Pennsylvania preferred. New Norona. Maybe it's Norona. I don't know. I seem to have lost my picture. Oh, I know where I put them. I put them in the same folder for this Jeep. And I should move that up to the top. And there's a damn fly. I might have got him. So where is the Jeep? Or it's the Liberty. I'm going to move this up to the top. So I had to pull the engine back out of the Jeep here. The guy, one of the lineup dowels on the passenger side, he didn't have that in there. So that's the side with the starter. And then, so he didn't have that. I don't know if he just missed it or couldn't find it, but it was in the other old engine block, which I got sitting outside. So I pounded it out of there. There's two lineup dowels that are missing because there's two engines here. But he siliconed this the spacer plate. And then you see in the center of the crankshaft, you see that little bushing. Well, I noticed when I put that pin in when it was up on the hoist, the lineup dowel, and then I couldn't get the transmission to line, or it would line up, but it would not go in, and I didn't want to force it. So it's got a torque converter spacer in there for a smaller pilot on the torque converter. So I'm like, at that point, I'm up there in the hoist, and I did not know what was going on. I figured maybe the engine was for a manual transmission, and he didn't take out the bushing. And I also noticed that this 4 holes for the torque converter would not line up. I could not. They were off by about a half an inch on each one. So I finally figured out how to open the back hatch. I found another flex plate in there, and guess what? The one in the back is the right one. This one here is the wrong one. So pulled the engine out of there, dug that bushing out of the center of the crank, and then I put the other. See, I just have to move this picture. Nope. What happened here? Oh, here it is. So I put the other flywheel back on. You can see the difference there on the holes for the torque converter. And then I cleaned all that silicone off there, pounded in a couple of I got all the dowels for the lineup, the alignment. And I got it stuffed back in there, and it's bolted together. The torque converter's bolted on. But there's just one more problem. I was cranking the engine over. Yeah, he siliconed the bill housing. He glued that spacer plate on there because he was missing one of the lineup dowels. But there's one more problem. So I was rolling it over like Nate said, wrench sense, and I put the compression gauge in there, which I couldn't get no compression, but maybe I'm thinking they put it together dry. No oil on anything. So I shot my my endoscope down the cylinder, and I ran into the, I'll show you. So my endoscope down the cylinder, and I don't know, I've already turned the engine over a couple revolutions, and all this stuff is in there. A bunch of bug slugs and disgusting stuff in there. So I'm just not sure what to do about that. The engine turns over. I'm just thinking I'll get the starter hooked up and get it turning over, make sure I do got compression. I can feel one cylinder might be building compression. But I don't know how this stuff could all be in there. And yeah, I just don't know. I turned the engine over. Maybe this piston's not moving. Maybe I need to make sure that this piston's moving up and down. But the engine sat outside with the intake off, so I'm assuming all this stuff came from outside. But this could be a problem. But if this engine is junk, I mean, I just don't know what to do. I'm getting this picture off of here because this is disgusting. Yeah, so here it is ready to go. I got our stuff back in there. Seeds, I'm also made a stash. It looks like, yeah, it could be, but it looks like there's slugs. Mud slugs, I don't know what you call them. Larva. Yeah, R2V. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Just that I don't want to put no money into this. It's at the point where is it worth putting money into or not? Because there is some rust on it. Needs a tail light. Found out it needs upper ball joints. When I'm lifting it up and down on the hoist, I seen the wheel jerk a little bit, and I'm like, okay. Yeah, let's put that picture back up. Not that one. This one right here. Oh, it looks wet in there. I mean, gooey. Wild idea there. Is there a local Votech or anything that could donate a project car for them? Yeah, there is. I just ain't decided what I should do with it yet. Definitely the pistons were cleaned off on the top. I did shine it up or flip it over and look at the valves. I didn't take none of those pictures. I did, but I didn't have the SD card in the camera, and I just got the new endoscope, and I did not have the SD card in it, which it takes an SD card over here. But I'm hitting the photo button, taking all these pictures, and good thing I snapped one with my phone. But yeah, I picked this up because I borrowed out my endoscope, my other one, to somebody, and they were endoscoping inside their cylinder, and then they left this in there when they were turning the engine over, and that ended that. So they don't make that endoscope anymore. So I had to buy a different one. And I decided I'm not borrowing out tools anymore. No more. Hey, Michelle. What do we got going on here? It's definitely a content playlist, project car, weekly updates. Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm going to do. I had like an hour to work on it today before the live stream. So we'll just see how it goes. I've turned the engine over multiple times with my ratchet. So I don't know how that stuff is not getting squished. There must be some room in the combustion chamber, put it that way. Yep, that's the Star Trek communicator. Somebody texted me, let's see. Okay, it's just my phone. If I don't open the text message, it keeps on letting me know there's a text message. And this is the girl that wanted the oil change in 2 weeks. So, Michelle, you make sure you look at the text messages tomorrow and schedule her down. But yeah. And then an update on the lights we put into the motorhome. Last night, I think the controller blew out. So I ordered a new one. One that can handle more amperage, I guess. So the lights went out. And then earlier this week, what day was that? Let me put this back on me. So earlier this week, I think it was it was yesterday. Gosh. So yesterday I had two. The one guy came in and told me his was an Escape. The first guy came in and told me his was a Ford Escape and he needed a brake booster and he bought his own. Okay, well then Michelle or me or somebody scheduled another one, so we had a Ford Edge after that for the brake booster. I didn't know if he was going to show up, but he did. So then it turned out they were both Ford Edges. One was a 2012 and one was a 2011. They were both for the brake booster, and they both brought their own parts. So let me put some of them pictures up here. So there they are outside, both done. And then there's the two brake boosters. So they're identical. Isn't that really weird? I had two lined up for the same day, same problem, and they both brought their own parts. But here's the thing. So I had another customer, a friend of mine, come in, and he's like, "Well, most shops won't put on customer supplied parts." I said, "Well, what am I going to do? Say no?" But he's like, "Well, when you go for breakfast, do you bring your own eggs?" And I'm like, "Well, no." So maybe that's a good question for those type of people that are bringing their own parts to the auto repair shop. I mean, do they bring their own eggs to breakfast, whether they go out to a little diner or they go to McDonald's? Are you bringing your own eggs? No, they're not. So I think the same should apply to the auto repair shop. If you buy your own, well, Rob was right. Rob in his comments said they were going to do the job themselves, and then they looked at YouTube, and then no, yeah, it was buried down in there. You got to take all the airbox stuff off, the battery tray, and the intake, the top plenum of the intake. But I just told myself I was changing spark plugs because he had to pull that intake off to do spark plugs. And it would have been a great time to do the spark plugs, by the way. But since they brought their own parts, I was just putting on their own parts. And they both diagnosed it correctly. They both had our brake pedals and couldn't even stop. Yep. And then when I brought the second one in, I noticed I forgot to put a little clip or a little wire loom clip on. So I ran out to the second one and got that, put it back on there. But let me show you the brakes on the first one I did. So that one, he had me do a general inspection on it too. And then I'm like, this thing might not even be safe to drive. But there's his brakes on the one Ford Edge, the 2012. So he had some brakes that need to be replaced. The brake booster was bad. It did stop after this. I mean, I couldn't stop at all getting it in. Like the pedals just rock hard at the top. But that one needs brakes. I can't remember what else I found on there. A couple other things. Yes, definitely, Rob. I told Pete we could do the next booster in his sleep. Yeah. No, I'll do them jobs all day long. And then I'll put it back. And then Nate says, I got some parts left over from the hauler conversion, all new stuff, battery cut off, 250 amp breaker, 12 volt ceiling fan light. Can just leave them if you think you can use them. Yeah, maybe. Rob says, our dealership, we wouldn't warranty the part, honestly, but we'd do the service. I think I recall one time the part went bad. We still worked with them. So infrequent need for rework. Yeah, I'll work with everybody, and I think if they actually took me to court, I am liable to warranty it, even though But they know they bought it. If it goes bad, they know they're going to have to buy another one. They know they're going to have to pay me twice. Michelle says, thank you, Wrench. I still need to stop by and pick up a couple houseplants from your wife. I'm still recovering, but getting better slowly. Yeah, she's getting better every day. She probably gave them all out. We'll have more soon. Oh, my little Crispy probably sits on the gravel and grass pulling moisture up. Yeah, those brakes. Yeah, they haven't driven it in a while. You can see the lawnmower trimmings. Where is it? Right there. You can see the lawnmower trimmings in the wheel up there on the top. But I told him, I said it might not be safe to drive. I said I recommend you do all these repairs. I can't remember. Did we gave him a quote, didn't we, Michelle? But yeah, I figure it's been sitting a while, and he said he wants to sell it, and I said, well, you probably should. It's not safe to drive, so it's not safe to sell somebody with unless you full disclosure tell them what's going on. And then I got tomorrow's Jeep in. They thought it needed all the brakes, but I checked it out. The back brakes have been replaced not too long ago, and it does need rotors in the front and pads. And then the cell is on, but the gas cap message is on the dash, so I'm sure it's a P0496 or something like that. So I'm just gonna read the codes on it, advise them, and then we'll make another appointment for them to come in to get that fixed. Everyone is very understanding with Pete's work. He always does a great job, but if something fails, it's usually the part, and the part stores usually guarantee them. Yeah, the boot looks great on that, air condition wise. So strange to see that, honestly. Yeah, they were driving it at one time, but they couldn't stop because of the brake booster. So then somebody's here. Just hold on. No, I don't see anybody. It must just be the heat. It's starting to cool off, so I'm hearing the expansion and contraction. Okay, Michelle sent that guy a quote. Yep. Rob says, for sure, I don't drive my car for a week. The brakes are crunchy. Can't imagine a month. But I think that might have been a little more than a month, like maybe a year. So we gave him a quote. That's the best we could do. And we told him, we advised him that it's not safe to drive. Not until he gets that brakes looked at. I'm sure if you drove it, it would wear it off, but it's gonna probably feel like warped rotors, and well, you know what it feels like. I was gonna say I don't see anymore, and Daisy didn't bark. Yeah, I thought it just sounded like somebody knocked on the door, but it was the door moving from the sun going down. Yeah, it did get hot towards the end of the day. I got the air conditioning on right now and the door shut. I was pulling that engine on that Jeep and working up a little sweat. We had a 2000 last Sunday. I did this Camry, and this ain't a very good picture, but I believe that's the heater core, and all the dye I put in there has worked its way through the heater core because my sniffer picks up the air conditioning's leaking inside the vent. It's just a 134 2009 Toyota Camry, but all the dye has worked its way through the heater core. I'm pretty sure that's the heater core, and I was able to pick it up with my camera. So she's not gonna, or I told her what it's going to cost, around $2,000 to put a new evaporator core in there, and I don't think she's going to fix it. And if she does want to do it, I don't want to do it. So whole dash has to come out. So that I did on Sunday, because I was supposed to do it on Saturday, but we had like 7 oil changes, so I didn't have time to bring that back in and look at it. And then she needed her car for Monday, so I had to run up here and figure out why her air conditioning was leaking. So I did that last Sunday. I was gonna say I don't see anyone. I have to talk. You have to take the whole dash out. Yep. Okay. All right. I'll tell her that I found somebody to do it then, because I told her, I said it would probably take a week. Something you could do in your garage then. It's probably going to need a evaporator core and a heater core. Let me put that back up there, because if the heater core is all drenched in that stuff and the oil dye from the air conditioning, you might as well just replace that too. Yeah, right here. Not the greatest picture, but well, you've done one before. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'll let her know that I found somebody that's willing to replace that. You're probably gonna charge what I would charge, right, Nate? Or would it be a little cheaper? Yeah, it drains all out in 2 months, a little bit less than 2 months. She was here. I did it before, and I couldn't find nothing on the outside leaking, and I didn't really check the evaporator core. I mean, how do you do that? And I didn't spend that much time, so I don't hold that much refrigerant, so I just charged it up. Couldn't find nothing. I let her go. I said, if you start losing the air conditioning, let me know and I'll get you in. We'll look for it. Well, she did, and it was a little bit less than 2 months, and then I found that. Now, you probably shouldn't just keep recharging them. I mean, that's just a waste. But it is a pretty expensive repair. I don't know how much you would charge, Nate, but yeah, I could recharge it. Got the machine. Oh, Michelle said that's what Michelle was talking about. And then Benny called me today. So I know everybody isn't on here yet, but Benny called me today. He's got a Tremec 5-speed. It's in one of his, like, I can't remember what kind of car. It's in an older hot rod. He's got a 383 in it, but anyways, it's got a 5-speed. And once he starts driving it, it won't shift into fourth. But he could skip fourth and go to fifth. But if he's not driving, he can shift. It'll go into all the gears. He says a top loader. But I told him I would ask you guys and see what you thought. I wouldn't want to undercut your quote. Well, we didn't give her an official quote. We just kind of guessed, figuring about how many hours and then all the parts. So we did not give her a quote. I just told her it's probably going to be around this much money. Do you want? I mean, I told her, I said I wasn't interested. So not sure. The car's probably worth that much money. That's probably all the car's worth, if the car's worth that much money. Yeah, we can look it up. I think Michelle looked it up. Did you look it up, how many hours it was? Will it slide into fourth when idling in place with the clutch? And that's what he says. He says if he's not moving, he can put it into fourth. But as soon as he starts moving, like shifting 1, 2, 3, it won't go into fourth. But then if he can skip around fourth and go to fifth. No, we didn't look up the hours. We just watched a video. But the whole dash has to come out. The whole heater box has to come out. Then you have to split the heater box, replace the evaporator core, then put it all back together. Yeah, so I told Benny I would ask these guys. I was waiting for JD and Leisure too, but they might not be coming. But if they show up, I'll just repeat what Benny said. So that's something to think about. A Tremec 5-speed. I'm not familiar with that transmission. I did watch a video on it. Not really sure. I'm thinking it's something internal and probably something with the synchronizer. Yeah, she won't do it. You might be able to get the car for scrap price. Well, she said she's gonna give it to her son as a hand-me-down. She said she was thinking of that. She likes the car. It's an older car and it runs good, but with no, I told her, I said, you only got a couple months or maybe a month to go and you won't need air conditioning, so. Bad Srinko is my guess. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Sounds like it's an internal problem to me, so I don't get into, I can rebuild the 5-speed, but I don't do that here. If it was my own car, I might, but not for customers. I like to get them in and out. If I got to rebuild or tear down the transmission, order parts, it's just too much. My shop's small. If they bring me a different transmission, I'll swap it in there. I do motor swaps. I can usually do a motor swap, engine swap in one day. At least all the motor swaps I've done so far have been in and out in one day, or most of them. Besides this Jeep, but that's I got to work on that. That's mine. I got to work on that on my own time. Since it goes into idle, that tells me the clutch is in good working shape. Yeah. He just got everything's brand new. I think the transmission's new. The car, I can't remember what he said. I think he said it was like a 1960, maybe a 63. Benny said he'll come later, maybe, and then we can talk about it again. I don't think a vodka would work in my root beer. That would taste, I think, horrible. We could try to pour a little bit in there when I get down a little bit farther. Yeah, I don't like this one at all. This one's going right to the end. This is the worst root beer one I've had. Yeah, you should come out here, Michelle, and take a sip of this. This doesn't taste very good. Maybe it's bad. It's fizzy, so can't be lost its carbonation or anything. So yeah, we went to the races at Deer Creek. This is our IMCA hobby stock. Right, they're stopping them all. I don't know why they stopped them all, but this is before they started racing. And then here's the guy that won the 21 car won, and then this 87H car. He's on YouTube, does a bunch of videos, and I was always commenting on his videos. So followed these guys down in the pits. This is right at the tech after the race, after the A main, they were being teched. 21 car won, and then the Harley Deus kid, 87H, he got second. So we went and talked to both of these guys, and the guy in the 21, his dad built my car. I think we got into this on Tuesday. But yeah, it was pretty cool seeing a YouTube guy on there that publishes videos. So that was super cool. Other than that, I've been just a little bit tired lately. So probably only going to do about 2 hours tonight if I can make it that long. We'll see what the viewers do. But yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about that engine. Like if you Harley Days, Harley Days, no, it's Days. I meant to tell you Tuesday, my internet's starting to going on the fritz midstream. Why I disappeared, cut in and every out every minute. Well, I hope you got a handle on that one. But yeah, my internet's not no better. It's probably worse. Actually, my Straight Talk home internet box has been working pretty good. I'm on my second month now, so I had to pay it. Can't remember, a couple weeks ago. Got it paid, maybe a week ago. It seems like time really flies for me. But yeah, it's able to. I got the TV on. I got this on. I got all my connected devices. It can hold it. Yeah, so not too much. Let me see. Let me see what's coming in. Oh, the trailer I was talking about for the lights, they never showed up. That was supposed to have been here today. So tomorrow I got to put a engine mount in the mailman's old CRV, and then this car here for the brakes. 6 oil changes lined up for Saturday, and I wanna work on the motorhome. Get the front hitch put onto the. It ain't really a hitch, but I'm putting a receiver hitch on the front, and then I'm gonna make a little platform or some kind of device that I can haul my motorcycle with me in the front, like a bike rack, motorcycle rack. So I want to work on that. I guess I got to fix the LED lights. The new controller will be in on Saturday. They did a hard reset on my switch. First problem in 5 years. The guy said it acts up again. Just call him, and he suggests a new box. As for mine, it's super old. Yeah, Michelle. They just called Michelle on her box. She hasn't even got her box back yet. So hopefully we don't have to pay for this month either, Michelle. You haven't got your box back yet. I'm just glad you all like the jam. My kiddo doesn't like store-bought stuff. Well, that's good, because then he'll probably start growing gardens too. Maybe he'll turn into a farmer. I have a new box from Metro T-Mobile. Still haven't picked it up yet. Going to Rochester Tuesday for my hearing checkup and TV add-ons. So I'm picking up the new box then also. Yeah, I just don't know why. What the stuff just that Metro box, that's going to be her third one. Stuff just ain't built like it used to be. And tomorrow, I'm thinking by tomorrow I should be able to get that engine turning over with the starter to see if I can get some compression to come up on it. Oh, that jam is jamming. Yeah, no, it's good. Really good. I know there's not very much left of the strawberry because that's the one I like. And I'm very thankful, Rob. That's pretty awesome. You sent us some. That's really awesome. I feel really bad. I seen the price of the shipping on that. We'll figure something out. I'll send you something else once I get more swag, so to say. I haven't gotten on it. We give it all out. So I got to get some more. When we get some more, we'll send some your way. But I'm getting pretty excited to get going on our trip. So the more we got, just a few more things to get done on it. Like I said, the motorcycle rack in the front, which I'm putting a 2-inch receiver hitch onto the front, which I have one that somebody had it was on a F-250. So I don't know if that's the same as an F-550 or not. Probably pretty close. It was on a F-250, so he had his in the front. So I'm assuming I can rig something up pretty easily. And I can't remember what else do we got to do, Michelle. Just finish cleaning inside and organizing, and we should probably clean out all the cabinets underneath. So the cabinets underneath are actually a basement, and it's heated. That keeps all the pipes from freezing in the winter. And then we'll probably do some videos about what we did to get ready and what we're going to do. Yep, I tell everybody that we're taking the whole month of October off, and we're going to Florida. So we're going to take the back roads. So I say. But anyways, we're going to Florida. We probably won't leave until sometime in the first week of October. And then we got people that can come here to watch the shop. The cop or the police will be notified that like we're taking off, so they can spend extra time here. I have to fix my security light outside. That I bought a cheap Amazon one, and it don't light up anymore. So I'm hoping it's just the light sensor on it. I can't remember what the CDS cell or whatever it has for a light sensor. I think they're a little light sensor diode. So I got to try to fix that. I got some CDS cells if I can make one of those work. Yeah, we'll list it on Google too that we're going to be closed. I hate to let too many people know too. I'm just letting our regular customers know that we trust. I don't want to let anybody know that we don't know, just in case they want to mess around here. Got to stop in Nashville on the way down. Nashville, super cool town. Yeah, I just want to avoid some of the more crowded areas, but yeah, it would be cool to go there. I've never been anywhere farther south than Iowa. Got all the tires rotated. I got to check on the oil change. I think we're good, but got to check on that. Yeah, Michelle's really into music. She knows way more songs than I do. Of course, she listens to a different genre than I do. What else? I'm going to go look at some of the other stuff I did this week. So we're up to 51 invoices for the month, that's pretty good. Oh, I did a rotate on a 2016 Chevy with 25,000 miles on it. Well, not a rotate. He wanted me to change, put different wheels on. He has 2 sets of wheels. So I did. I switched to the other wheels he wanted, but the other wheels have been sitting a while, so he had 2 TPMS sensors that were bad. So I told him I would just charge him for a rotate. But it turned out that he needed sensors. And then they take different lug nuts, and he said his box tipped over and he lost 3 lug nuts. So I had to get him 3 lug nuts too. And on the spot, when I get lug nuts, the parts warehouses, they charge a lot for lug nuts. So I usually order them on Amazon, and I got all stocked up now, but I don't keep that particular one on hand. Oh, the other thing was very interesting. I have a new rep for Napa. And she stopped in on Wednesday, which that's the same day all my reps stop in. It's really weird. But I happened to ask her, I'm like, she walked up with some Napa papers, and I kind of figured, and she said, I'm going to be your new rep, which I'd never had a rep for Napa. She said I should have, but I didn't. Once I quit my auto care, they quit coming here. She says, well, that shouldn't matter. But they did. So she said she was going to have a talk with him. But anyways, I pressured her on like the sale that AutoZone or O'Reilly's is buying Napa, and she assured me that that was a rumor. I'm like, are you sure? Because I looked at the stock and the stock is plummeting. It's kind of, is that a coincidence that it's being sold? But she assured me Napa's not being sold or bought in by O'Reilly's. So an hour later, or 2 hours later, my O'Reilly's rep comes in. And I told him I have a new rep for Napa, and she said that you guys aren't buying her. And she's like, or my O'Reilly's rep is like, yeah, I'm pretty sure the deal went through. I'm like, are you sure? And he's like, well, not 100%, but the rumor, or he said the word is that the deal has gone through, and they're just going to wait for the changeover. Yeah, no, I haven't gone no further south than Iowa. I've been to Wyoming and Indiana. Never been to Mardi Gras. No, no, I don't know if I could handle something like that. When I went to the Indianapolis 500 Motor Speedway, 400,000 people, that was about all the anxiety I could handle. It's okay, Pete. I got you. You'll be just fine in the big cities and towns with me. No, no, no. I get lots of anxiety. Michelle hasn't been to Mardi Gras either. It's on her bucket list. I didn't know you had a bucket list. I would say Savannah, Georgia is a must, along with New Orleans. I'm just not sure about New Orleans. I'm just not sure about going there. Pete has only been to Indianapolis, Indiana. Last year with me, that's the farthest. No, I've been out to Wyoming. It's a little bit farther. Maybe it's about the same. That, in my opinion, would be a great merger. He can handle it if he's with me, lol. No, I just don't know. Lots of people and lots of traffic. Hustle and bustle. I get anxiety. That's why I do so well here. Is that I can control it. If it gets too much, I'll lock the door. It hasn't been too much yet. Well, okay. I was gonna go around all the big cities, but I am getting super excited to get to Florida to see the ocean and to get my metal detector so I can go on the beach and see what I can find. Or I could get like a go into the water farther and dive down and use a metal detector. I was going to get a waterproof metal detector. I have just a regular one, but get a waterproof one, and then I can dive down in the water. And Nate says when I was there last time, the gang members were keeping the homeless away from the tourists. Yeah, that's what I was wondering in New Orleans. If I went down there, if they wouldn't like me for some reason. Just not sure. Yeah, I'm just I can't remember what you call it, but I just kind of stick around here. I don't get out much. Man, the cars are sure speeding, Michelle. Where's the cop? Where's the cop at? He should be getting those guys. You can crawl into bed the back, and I'll get us wherever we need to go or want to go. Well, yeah, we're gonna have the Jeep on the back with the car trailer because our Renegade you cannot flat tow it. The live music, food, and people are what I want to experience. Are you East or West Coast? Ocala is great, and Sandbell Island on the west coast, just outside Fort Myers. Well, we'll probably go to the east. I'm thinking like we'll head to the Daytona area. I can, yeah. You made sure I understood that one. Yeah, sometimes I just don't get it. I was thinking about it for a minute. I could go run out there and chase some assholes on foot. Yeah, I don't know. They're going like 70 in a 45. I like the South for the architecture. We don't have historical sites here in Minnesota. Says Dell support assistance is slowing down my PC. You know what's slowing down my PC is Norton. Good to know, Rob. Yeah, well, so we're gonna pull up the Google Maps probably on the way down and find all the good spots to stop at. Daytona is a good area too. The West Coast is a bit calmer. For Fort Myers is a retirement area. Yeah, I think I knew that. My old boss has a. He'd go down to Florida every winter here, and he'd stay down there for almost 2 months. And I always told him to bring me with me, but he never did. We'll probably just round it around once we get there, unless we find a good affordable spot for the motorhome near the water. Just pull up a map of Florida and blindfold throw a dart at it. Yeah, I'm just not one of the. I like the plan. I like the plan. Like I'm gonna order a planner and everything. So I was thinking about ordering that planner today. Yeah, Michelle doesn't know, but I'm ordering a planner so we can plan the trip out. And then as we go on our trip, it's kind of like a diary too. You can record everything, a journal. Let's say journal. We can record everything, when we put gas in, where we stopped at. Yeah, Michelle just got a dartboard. She hasn't even got it up yet. I want to see what that dartboard looks like. It's heavy. Yeah, we got it. She got it from Marlboro. She smokes too many cigarettes. So yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed. I have to refix my LED lights I put in there. I know it's not the strip of lights I put in there because they're high quality. I was a little bit concerned with the controller I used because it wasn't made to run that many LEDs. The LEDs it was made to run were 6 inches apart. These are like a quarter-inch apart. I can't remember what the number is on the LEDs, but they're a full color LED, and this controller was compatible with it because it could make it do the colors. Yeah, yeah, it's just going to be a handwritten book because I mean I got all that stuff from my phone, but I just never seem to do it. After your Florida trip, you should get out west, hit the maybe next year, hit the North Coast Highway 101, see the Valley of the Giants, Redwood Forest. Yeah, I've always wanted to see the redwood trees. I have a theory on how they got so big. Just don't move there. Yeah, I wouldn't want to move to California. I bought it from your cigarette packs. Yeah, no, no, I don't think so. Well, maybe you did, but you throw all your cigarette packs away. What did I get? Oh, I got the drone. Yeah, I got the drone from Marlboro. I'm gonna go get it. Let's fly it. So I got the Fader Hawk drone, and I've crashed once already. I took it outside. And I tried to fly it outside, and it was a little bit windy. And she took off right to the highway, and I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna crash into a car, and then I'm gonna have an insurance claim. So I did get it under control, and I brought her back. And then I crashed. There was an updraft or a downdraft over here, closer to the shop, and she took a dive. And it's broke here somewhere. Yeah, right here. This is broke. And then the lens cover for that light is missing. I didn't know it was missing, or I would have found it. But the other day when I was messing around with it, I'm like, dang, the light cover must be laying out there in the driveway somewhere. All right, so we're gonna put that on the ground, and then we got to turn this on, and I think we got to go up and down here. No, that one. So now we just press this button. Oh, this is up and down. Let's go back. Let's turn. And it's got a camera on it too. All right, wants to come towards me. All right, I'm putting her down. Yeah, so that's my little one that I got. So I got that one from mine. Then Michelle got the dartboard that she hasn't unpacked yet. I'm just going to shut it off so I don't have to charge it. But I wanted to do a flyover of my building, and then I forgot that thing needs an SD card too, and I forgot to put an SD card in it. I'm bad about the SD. You need an SD card for everything now. New Mexico and Texas are having hookworms, so Daisy would need to get vetted and licensed before leaving any state. I thought you said she had to get checked over and all that before we left. License only lasts 5 days. They are becoming an issue around airports and commercial aircraft. Yeah, when we were in the parade, the vehicle that was right in front of us had an agricultural drone, and they're pretty big. I want to get one, but they're like between $20,000 and $100,000. But I was asking him a bunch of questions about it, and he says I'm like, could this thing lift me up and I could fly around in it? And he's like, yeah, but that's not legal. No, I don't want to unbox the dartboard. You could do it. Yeah, I did find one for $5,000, but it was brand new, but it was missing some parts, and the guy, whoever was selling it, didn't know if it was complete because he didn't know what he was doing. So, but that's out of my price range. I got other projects. Yep, I'm not sure about this root beer. This one, Red Ribbon. So yeah, tomorrow, brake job. What was the other car? I cannot remember. My short-term memory is gone. Oh, the engine mount for the Honda CRV, and I don't know. It doesn't look too difficult, but it's not going to be like in and out. I'm going to have to do some jacking up and removing some stuff. If you want to get lifted off the ground, traction kites are great fun and cheap. I can put you on a smaller one if you want to try it sometime. Huh. I'm not sure what that is. I did try to build my own airplane once. I got the engine and I got the prop and I mounted it onto my pit cart, and I could throttle up the engine and drive my pit cart around the yard, which was pretty cool. But I didn't have no cage around the prop, so I decided to take it apart because it was very dangerous. Yeah, don't give me any ideas. Yeah. Well, now I kind of want to build a helicopter, but I don't want to die, so I don't think that's a good idea. And I can see that a helicopter might be in my price range someday, one of them small ones. And I'm like, well, that's not a good idea because I still don't want to die. Just a full foil kite that pulls hard. Okay, I think I understand. I did get into the kites at one time, but I didn't have a strong enough string, and I lost my kite. They sell gas helicopter kits. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's really I want to do it, but then I'm like, I don't want to crash and die, so I can't remember what you call that, but like I value my life more than having fun. Some people do not. Some people would rather have fun and die. I don't want to die yet. Insurance is pretty tough on anything that can fly people. Yeah, I believe it, but I think the world is coming to that, like flying car stuff and drones that can take people. We're gonna get a pet tiger too, haha. No, I don't think I want no tigers. So yeah, last night I was pretty depressed when I was looking down that cylinder in the Jeep engine. And when what was the other thing I was depressed about? I'm just like, I think I'm gonna have to take it all apart. But today I decided I'm gonna put the starter in and get it whirling over, get some oil in there, and see what happens. And if nothing happens, well, then I'll have to take it back out and take it all apart. Hopefully, not put no money into it. What's the movie called with the tiger and the two old men and the kid? I don't know. Not sure. So yeah, if O'Reilly's did buy Napa, I'm not going to be happy. Napa treats me really good, way better than O'Reilly's. Life of Pi, secondhand lions. No, I've not seen any of those. Yeah, I was just hoping JD was coming because I think he had some information about the Riley's Napa thing too. I don't think we talked about it at all last Tuesday, but oh yeah, here's that spacer or the bushing. And I kind of ruined it getting it out of there, but I could not get that out of there at all. I ended up just drilling 2 holes in it and collapsing it a little bit to get it out of that crankshaft. Let me put up that picture. I thought I moved the Jeep Liberty pictures up, but I guess oh yeah, I did. So yeah, you can see there it's out. Not that picture. Oh, it's this picture right here. I got to move this one to the top. No, it's not that picture. All right, I finally found the picture. Oh, I got too many pictures going on here. So there it is when I pulled it out. The silicone on the bell housing. He numbered each one of those bolts for some reason. I don't get it. But there's the spacer that's in there that won't let the torque converter slide in. Get rid of that picture. And then here I am. I got the spacer out of there. You can see the difference in the flywheel where the torque converter bolts on. He had the wrong one on there. Nothing to hold the spacer plate. I don't even know if that's the correct word. But now I got the pins in, the bushing out, the correct flywheel on it. And then I did slide it back in, and I put a couple bolts in there. I got the torque converter on. I'm ready for the starter. I got to find the starter wires. They're not down there. So get the starter wires on it. Then I can move up to the top and just hook a few things up there and get her spinning over. Yeah, that's silicone on the bill housing. And see the, hey, Leisure, how you doing? But see, I could not get the torque converter to go in. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Is this thing out of a manual transmission or what? And then I noticed that the bolts for the torque converter, I couldn't get them to line up. Well, you can see right here in the picture, they're 2 different flywheels. So I ended up getting that spacer out of there, putting on the right flywheel. I cleaned all that silicone off there, got the dowels in there, and I got our stuff back in there. Hey, Nate, what's going on? Yo, what's up, Pete? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're doing good. Michelle's starting to feel better now because she got the lettuce parasite. And then we're just talking about some of the stuff going on here. Let me put it back on me. And then let me catch up on the comments here. Wrench says, the Book of Eli, The Road, my favorites. And Nate Dog Nashville. I'm gonna have to start calling Wrench Wrench because we got a Nate in here now. Pete, Nate says, Pete, what do you dread rolling into the garage to be fixed? Well, I guess I don't know. I don't like working on golf carts or chainsaws, and we had a chainsaw this morning I had to fix. Had to do a oil change on a golf cart, and then this other golf cart sitting in here, and it needs a coil. Did all that today. Well, I haven't put the coil in this. We had to order the coil for this golf cart. I guess I don't like diesel trucks. I do not like them when they come in. I do some oil changes on them, but any repairing on them, I don't like to do it, even though I do it. And the power strokes seem to be the worst. Yeah, I got a fifth wheel. The guy with the fifth wheel trailer missed his appointment. What was it? Was it today or yesterday? I can't remember. And then I got another ice house trailer that needs a hydraulic cylinder. That's coming in. The guy just stopped in to verify that he could bring it here, and I said, okay. Yeah, we get a lot of transmissions that need repair, so we got to have everything lined up if we're going to do a transmission like swap. Wrench Sense says anything Audi. Yeah, I don't like BMWs. I got a couple BMWs that come in. I don't like working on those. I haven't refused anybody though. Rob says a Volkswagen with an electrical issue. Leaser says power joke. Yeah, I don't like power jokes. It is a joke. All them diesels stink so bad. I don't come in if it's been running in the shop for more than 4 seconds. My favorite car maker, I don't know, Ford probably. Chevy. Used to be Chevy, but then I got my Ford pickup and I just fell in love with Fords after that. That pickup is so nice, so reliable, drives so nicely and soft. Chevys will tow better, but my Ford, when I get the trailer on the back of the Ford, it just feels like it's like a semi. But I guess I like them all. They all pay the bills. It seems like I can fix them all. My Ford slip folder is always the biggest. Anything pre-1951. No service for you. Yeah, so I don't know, my leisure, I got a new Napa rep. She stopped in yesterday, and she tells me that O'Reilly's did not buy Napa, and that it's a rumor. So a few hours after that, my O'Reilly's rep stopped in, and I asked him, I'm like, what's going on? Did you guys buy Napa? Or he's like, I'm pretty sure we did. I think the deal went through. I mean, so I don't know what's going on. They both have different stories. And this is the first time ever I've actually had an official Napa rep. And she said one of the other guys was supposed to be stopping here, but he only stopped here when we had auto care. He stopped in it every 2 weeks. Nate says they all pay the bills. I'll fix them all, and you're awesome, Pete. Well, thanks, Nate. Where are you from, Nate? I think I remember you from somebody's live streams, but I don't know if I can be sure. Were you on Buff's live stream? Is that what it was? I really like that little golf cart, Pete. What are we going to put the Impala engine into? The golf cart? A lady Napa rep. Yep. She says she's a long time been with Napa a long time, but mostly behind the counter. She's worked her way up. She's now a rep. She just got her position, I guess, and she stopped in here and she wanted to know what she could do to make my Napa experience better. And I said, I do get a lot of stuff from Napa and they treat me really good. She's like, why don't I get all my parts from Napa? And I said, some of them are no good. And she didn't like to hear that, but that's just the truth. I know what to get at which at my part suppliers. I know which ones have the best parts, and I need them all to keep these cars going because I don't like to have any comebacks. Owensboro, Kentucky, but I live in Bardstown, and I'm usually on Jeff. Oh, you're on the Jeffros one. Okay, I remember you. Then it's Jeffros. But I'm going to make a note of that because I don't remember everything, and my short-term memory is just terrible. My super long-term memory is kind of fading, but my midterm memory works pretty good. Oh, do you have the pressure washing business? Yeah, I don't know. James is on his trip, so I haven't heard from him, and he didn't do a live stream that I'm aware of last Sunday. Napa Solutions, Dorman. Oh, you want to know what the Napa lady told me about Dorman? "95-year-old grandmother that's from Cada's, Kentucky. Yes, ma'am, Michelle Jeffro's garage couldn't talk enough about that, Pete. And yes, sir, Nash's pressure washing. I knew it. I kind of remember a little bit. Well, I think I'm going to... You don't have a channel yet. I just checked. You got one subscriber. I'm going to subscribe to you, Nate Dog Nash. So when you do start a channel, you'll have a head start on it. Or you got a channel, it just doesn't have content. So I subscribe to you. Let me put me back on. So yeah, the Dorman Napa, this lady told me that Napa and Dorman are together, and then when Napa buys parts from Dorman, that they're made to Napa standards. And I almost started laughing, but I didn't. But that's what she told me. I mean, let's be honest, every tool in the box is a Snap-on. The name doesn't mean the best of everything. Pretty tough thing for her to get fussy over. I buy all my oil from Napa. I buy all my filters from Napa. I buy a bunch of other stuff from Napa. My light bulbs. I get tons of stuff from Napa. But I buy some brake pads from Napa, but I don't get no calipers. So she's going to research these calipers for me. And I showed her my pricing. I'm like, even if I buy the calipers from you, the ones that do work are cheaper than yours. She's like, oh. So I kind of educated her just a little bit on what's going on. And my shop we are an economy-based shop, like economical based shop. So for my customers, I do the best work and put the best parts on that I can at a cheaper rate, and the parts are cheaper too. Like my AutoZone folder is getting pretty big. And pretty good luck, and I know I've had a couple failures from AutoZone, so I know what not to buy. Leisure says Dorman stranding motorists and frustrating mechanics since 1918. Is that when they started for real? The DOGG. Oh, I do have a little story about Matco. He's not going to be happy with me the next time he comes here. Matthew Miller, 2576. How's it going? Well, it's going pretty good. How you doing? We're just starting our live stream, or we're into it. We're into it. 1 hour and 25 minutes. Nice to have you here. Where you from? We always ask everybody where they're from. But I bought this spark tester off the Matco truck a month or two ago, and I bought it because it said made in the USA. But if this is made in the USA, because I tried it today on the golf cart, this thing is a Tinker Toy, and I want my money back. I'm going to give it back to him. I don't want this in my shop. Yep. So we all like to make sure everybody gets subscriptions and followers, and we do the best we can. Rob says salespeople be salespeople. Not saying she's full of it, but she's got a job to do. Yep, she does have a job to do. And I just told her, I said, I have to get parts from these other suppliers too. And Napa does not have the best parts in every. I see my internet just dropped out. Which is really weird because it's back up to full speed right now. I think it just drops out once in a while. It is Straight Talk home internet. Rob says, Tinker Toy had me laughing, LOL. I must have missed something here. I don't have it on all messages. Somebody said something about a Tinker Toy. Nate says, la da 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 da, you know I'm rhyming with DRE. Me too, Michelle. Absolutely love Nate, Dog, and Snoop. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, so it's very interesting. We talked for like a half an hour. She's like, what can I do to have you buy more Napa parts? And, I think this is a plea, the last plea from Napa to survive, because I really think O'Reilly's has bought Napa. That's what I think. That's what I hear. Everybody says it. I looked at the stock price for Napa the other day. I can't even buy none because it's falling. It's falling down every day. I did not check it today. Like it was gone downhill so much. I'm like, I'm not buying any. Oh, it rattles. The glass is loose. It's made on a. I'm sure somebody made it on a. What do you call them things? 3D printers. It's very cheaply made. The little wire clip, the grounding clip is just it's kind of crimped. It's a what do you call that weld? It's a spot welded on there, and it's just spot welded to one of those thumb bolts. It's a thumb bolts, 1024. And the little glass thing here, it's not glass. It's a plexiglass, and it's just rattling in there. I was not happy, and I'm taking it back, and I'm getting my money back. He's not going to be happy because one of the last times I was mad at him, can't remember what for, but well, he didn't stop in for the longest time. I'm like, what the hell? I don't buy enough tools from you to stop in. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big music guy. I try to focus my brain power to remember stuff about cars. And that's getting harder in my older age. I just put everything in an index fund that follows the SP500. No need to worry about it. Yeah, I had another guy to stop in today, and he said he's doing something similar to that, and it's going up. And but mine, I do it on the Cash App. I buy and sell on the Cash App. So I have Cash App so people could send me money, so I could send money to Michelle. I don't have any bank account information on there. I did have to put my social security number in there. That's it. That's the only information I had to give them. And then I even have my own Cash App card, it's a debit card. And then when I want to put money in Cash App, I just go to the gas station or the grocery store, and then they only charge you $1 to put whatever amount into Cash App that you want. But then I made a bunch on my stocks. I was making some on Bitcoin, but I don't do the Bitcoin anymore. But now I do the stocks, and I make a little bit here and there. So I'm like almost like a day trader, but you can't day trade on the Cash App. You're allowed two or 3 day trades a week. Other than that, you got to wait 1 day, and then you can buy and sell it. So I'm a 2-day trader, not 1 day. I only day trade with crypto. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I got nailed on my taxes for all the Bitcoin I did, because every sale on Bitcoin is the whole amount. Even though I'm only making $1 or $2 when I buy and sell, they do the whole amount of Bitcoin that you have. It's something like that on my taxes. I really got nailed on Bitcoin. But yeah, Cash App is free. You can send money to anybody that has Cash App. You can do Bitcoin and the stocks. You can invest in bank accounts. They give me a debit card. So whatever my balance is in my Cash App, and people can pay me on Cash App. We accept Cash App here at my shop. But so if I got a balance in my Cash App, I just use my card. They sent me a debit card. And then you can design your debit card to whatever you want. So here's why I'm nervous. The quantum computing theory can solve blockchain in seconds. At that point, pretty much useless. Yeah, so once the Bitcoin blockchains get solved, it's over. I know I got him. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my internet. I want to restart this, but I can't. It's jumping really bad. Could be my computer. Yeah, I see the quantum computer. They couldn't figure it out, but then Google figured it out. So they do have quantum computers now, which is good, because that's probably going to eliminate this AI stuff. They said the quantum AI is smarter and less atrocious, and we might not have to have all these data centers. Well, we're rejecting the data centers right now, so the AI stuff is, I think it's going to be pretty short-lived. You have to be careful, but Bitcoin is a long-term investment. Other cryptos can manage daily, but then you really have to be on it, get alerts regularly. Well, I got a little Bitcoin miner that I made. She's got a little dust on her. So I just think for the Bitcoin that I'm going to do is just going to be mining. And I might get a better miner. See if I plug this in. See what happens. Yeah, nothing is happening. Well, there it's starting up. But this is just a screen, and then I programmed it all myself, but this is not my software. And this is a solo miner, which is, this is never going to mine a Bitcoin. You need to be a little bit faster than this one. But it could do it at that speed right there. Oh, and then I put a heat sink on it in the back to make it a little bit faster. I'm not sure what's going on with the internet. It says I got good connection, but it's just not. It's jumping. So Matthew, he has a question. 2007 Ford Escape. I had a oil leak, not bad on the valve cover. I seen oil was Oil was full around the coil pack area in the middle of the valve cover. I just put a new rubber gasket. Is that it's tighten. Still leaks in the same spot. Have you ran into anything like this before? Well, if it's the plastic valve cover, your valve cover could be warped. But I do a lot of valve cover gaskets on those, and I never had a trouble. Maybe your gasket rolled out a little bit, or the valve cover is warped. Is it a plastic valve cover? I'm not sure on a 2007. I'd have to look it up. Rob says he wants to make a solar-powered Bitcoin miner. Yeah, that would be great. And then have it in the house in the wintertime, and then it can provide heat. So you're mining Bitcoins and heating the house at the same time using solar panels. That would be great. It still leaks in the same spot. Ran into anything like that before. No, I always check the leaks and make sure, and then I also check if I got any questions at all, I'll check and make sure the valve cover is not warped at all. If it's chipped out where the rubber gasket goes in, I'll get a new valve cover. Nate says he has a mining rig too, but it has 8 NVIDIA 3090 GPUs. I don't try to mine Bitcoin. Leisure says the valve cover could be warped or cracked. Absolutely. So if it's a plastic one, it also could be cracked. Wife had one around that age. Did you check the spark plugs for blow by too? That's what I'm thinking. It was warped plastic. I looked for cracks, none. Yeah, I've seen it where the spark plugs are slightly loose and then they can get oil down in there. Or it turns into oil, but the fuel mixture goes right through the threads of the spark plug. But most of the time, it's from the valve cover, and those cars are known for it. I've always just put a gasket in it. I've been lucky, and they always seal up. But odds are, if yours is not sealing, it's probably got a little chip out of the plastic, which you said you checked for, but it could be warped. I don't think a new valve cover is very much, and I would check with Ford. Probably wouldn't go with an aftermarket on that one, and getting one from the dealer, they're probably not that bad a price. I don't really think they are. But I bought other valve covers from Ford. They're not bad at all. And then you're getting the highest quality you can. I'm not saying that Ford, it's probably a Mazda engine and not the highest quality. Yeah, that's interesting, Nate. I think I need to learn from you or Wrench. So Wrench Sense, his real name is Nate. So I got 2 Nates in here. But anyways, I'm interested in your Bitcoin mining. I got to get together with you and see what you got. Michelle says she's jamming to Regulate by Nate Dogg. They had 2 motors for that, right? The 1.6 and the 2.0. I just know about the 2.0, I think. Oh, 1.6 turbo. Yeah, it's possible. I'm going to look it up here. 2007, what was it? 2007 Ford Escape. Let me see what motor options they have available. $2007. Yeah, something's going on with my internet. All right, it's working better now. I just had to relog back in. Okay, their 2007 Ford Escape is listed at 2.3 hybrid, 2.3 gas, and a 3-liter gas. But I'm guessing it's one of these here. So I should have gone to my other one, but let's just type in. Let's just see what O'Reilly's. I'm on O'Reilly's. And they have an Encore valve cover gasket. It's plastic. So only 3 bolts down the middle, or I guess 4 if you count the outside. 2 bolts in the middle and then 1 on each outside in the middle. Oh, that valve cover is very expensive. Let me see if I can look one up at Ford quick. Super expensive for an aftermarket. Actually, I'm going to go to Parts Tech. I'm going to look at what everybody's got. (2007) Ford Escape. Oh, we're just going to pick one of these. That's the 3-liter one. So limited is 3-liter. XLS is a 2.3. So let's type in valve cover. All right, I'm going to come back to the chat. Somebody else is on here. Robert. I have P0868 code on my Dodge Journey. What should I do first? The RPMs were bouncing consistently. 2,500 to 2,700. Well, that's a little too much. All right, let me look this up. What year Dodge Journey do you have? Well, I need help. LOL, isn't this the image for that? (2018) GTV6. Dodge Journey 2018. All right, I'm going to punch her in and see what that code is. So just give me a second. I'll bring you along when I get a chance. I'm going to write this down so I don't have to keep bouncing back and forth. P0868. (2018). Okay, I'm going to punch her in and I'm going to pull up Mitchell and we'll see what that code is. I did not have my Mitchell pulled up already, so just hold on. All right, what engine is in this V6? You said, right? V6, okay. V6 would be the Pentastar. GT. I don't think it matters if it's all-wheel drive or not, but I'm going to say it probably is. Let's use this vehicle. I'm getting really close to coming up with something here. Module powertrain control module, 3.6 liter, P0 868. Okay, well, it's not a powertrain control module. P0 868. I'm going to bring you along. So I'm going back over here to the chat. I'm going to put you guys on the screen. P0 868 low line pressure low. Line pressure is measured by the line pressure sensor. Possible causes. Check for related DTCs, low fluid level, 5-volt supply circuit open, shorted to ground, shorted to voltage. I have never ran across this code before. Line pressure control circuit shorted to another circuit. Internal in the transmission, line pressure sensor. Cracked or plug or misinstalled primary oil filter. Stuck or sticking main regulator valve. Powertrain control module. That's what Mitchell says for the possible causes. It wants to know if P0932 is present also. Check the PCM and wiring. Check the line pressure sensor. Check for a plugged transmission oil filter. I don't know why that would cause the car to rev up. I wonder if you got some other codes also. I'm going to go back to the chat for a minute. All right, let's go back here. It's front wheel drive. Yeah, when I got the Mitchell, they didn't ask that. I'll go back and check. No, Mitchell doesn't need to know which one it was. Yeah, low trans fluid. I thought the same thing, but all the other shops are telling me. I thought the same thing, but all the other shops are telling me it could be worse. Wanted to do a flush with a new filter. Think that would solve the problem. It might. It's front wheel drive. How many miles? Flush isn't an advisement. Problems are there. Could make them worse. Yep. I agree with Rob on that one 100%. You need to know what condition the fluid is in and if it's full. But I don't understand why that's would cause it to have higher RPMs. Ain't that what you were complaining about? Right, I would make sure the level is good first. The plugs are in the trans to indicate proper level. I would take the car to a shop that can confirm proper level before spending elsewhere. No, it's not. It started after the oil change. No other codes. I did an oil change, and then bam, it appeared 45 miles. That's not making any sense. No other codes. What could have got messed up? He done an oil change on a Pentastar. Nothing. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you, Robert. I just listed all the stuff off there that Mitchell says it could be. It's weird that happened right after an oil change. It started right. Did you change the oil? I did an oil change, and then bam, it appeared after 45 minutes. And you said it's revving up too high too. I mean, is that what you first came and said? P0868 Dodge Journey. The RPMs were bouncing consistently from 2,500. Is that when you're driving? So when you're driving, the RPMs are going up and down. Yeah, it's not shifting gears. You're stuck in a different gear, too low a gear. You always change the oil with Mobil 1. Well, that's good that you use Mobil 1. That should be some good oil. No, the revs are bouncing while driving. Yeah. You didn't put the jack on the oil pan or on the transmission pan. You go down and look at the transmission pan, make sure it ain't dented in or anything. Revving around corners only, most likely low fluid. Yeah. So does that have a little? That's probably gonna be checked on the side. No, it's not doing that around corners. Yeah, it sounds to me like it's low fluid, or the filter fell off, or the broke off, or yeah, it's skipping out because there's no pressure. It'd be interesting to see what the fluid condition is on this transmission. All right, I'm going to go back to Ford and look up a valve cover, see how much one costs. Not sure that I can, but I will try. I think I got to have a VIN number, but we'll try it. All right, I was able to key a 2007 Ford Escape in there. It's going to be this engine. Engine covers and gaskets. Where's the valve cover? Is this one 6582? They call it a camshaft cover. It's going to be around $200 from Ford. Cheaper if you know somebody that can get it at a discount. So Ford was cheaper than O'Reilly's, and O'Reilly's was selling you a aftermarket one. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, you probably should check what's going on in there. If your fluid is dark in that transmission, you got something going on. If it's low, yeah, you want to make sure that it was full. I mean, first you need to do a level check, and then you need to see the fluid condition. Those two things matter. Rob says drain and fill at home for a quick service check, perhaps on that trans. I don't know. I'd flush it. If it's never. I don't know if I'd flush it if it's never been done before. Yeah, I know I've had some old Chrysler minivans. We'd do a flush on them, and they wouldn't move anymore after we were done. Back in the day, 30 years ago. Sometimes the sealed trans got to suck it out, and they don't have plugs, etc. Yeah, but I would just if it's one of those, I'd just drop the pan off of it. I get gaskets for them here, but they're just silicone. When people are making real efforts to help you, your response, yeah. I found $160 with the gaskets. Yeah, but you could try it. That's probably on Amazon. I did not look on Amazon. I don't know if I would put an Amazon valve cover or cam cover gasket on, or cam cover on, which is the valve cover, whatever. O'Reilly's probably sells Dorman valve covers. It was an Encore. I mean, for the price of the Ford, just around $200, that's your best bet. I would probably pull yours back off again and just double check everything. Make sure your gasket didn't get rolled over. Put a straight edge on it, the straightest edge you can find, and see if it's warped. This is what I would do. I would spray it all off of brake cleaner, and I would start it up, probably run it at about 1500 RPMs and see where the oil is coming out. That's what I would do. You can't fix an oil leak if you don't know where it's coming from. eBay. Oh, they got a new aluminum one. Yeah, maybe that would be all right. I use a lot of aftermarket aluminum covers on my old small blocks. No problems with those. But yeah, I would spray it all off with brake cleaner. Make sure you dry it off so don't start on fire. Start it up and verify where the oil's coming from if you can. I understand the coils cover those holes, but if you can't verify where it's coming from, take it off and make sure you didn't roll the gasket over, or it's not rolled over. And then if you got it off, check and see if it's warped. Sometimes cracks are really hard to see. You got to push on it a little bit once you got it off. But more than likely it's something with the valve cover. So if you're getting one on eBay, that takes a week and a half. The gasket can't roll. I see where it come from. The gasket sets. It's in a slot. Yeah, they're in a slot, but sometimes they can fall out of that slot when you're putting it on. So that's what I mean. It's not really rolling over, but it fell out a little bit. Sometimes, I'm not sure. It's been a little bit since I did the last one I did was a 2.0 liter, so it's pretty much the same thing, but yours is a 2.3. But something's cracked or warped or something. It's oil's coming from somewhere. You'll figure it out. I know you will. But yeah, it could be cracked because it has over 230,000. Well, usually they don't get cracked unless they get mishandled. But sometimes they do, I guess. Did you have an overheat issue before? Those were known for blowing the coolant reservoir and overheating. Super glue works great for loose valve cover gaskets. Yeah, I'll check into that. Thank you. Yeah, we're just all trying to help. We know you will figure it out. Oil leaks. Oil leaks are a big thing in my shop. A lot of cars come in for oil leaks. I guess I'm good at fixing them. Well, one thing I test them. If I got an oil leak and I fix it, I make sure I go out and test it thoroughly and make 100% sure it's not leaking again. I've had a couple where I've had to bring in 2 or 3 times and figure it out. But I don't like oil leaks. And then if I get a car in that I'm doing other service on and I see it's leaking, I always tell my customer, hey man, you got an oil leak. Most of the time it's just like an axle seal or something like that. I use gray RTV on it too. Yeah, I don't use any silicone on those. The only place I'll put any silicone on doing a valve cover gasket is where the timing cover comes up to the head. And then there's that little spot there. You're supposed to put a little dab of silicone in them corners, and that's it. On the mating joint of the timing cover to the head. It's almost, I mean, if you put silicone on it when it was dry, it's almost impossible for it to leak at the gasket. So it has to be cracked. Something has to be cracked. And if it was warped, the RTV would take up the space. We go through a lot of floor dry in our shop because of the oil leaks. Yeah, we get a lot of cars in with oil leaks. I don't like oil leaks. What was it? The 3800 was known for the valve covers leaking, and then it could start on fire. I don't know if they ever did. But oil leaks, if you got a bad enough oil leak and then it gets down on the catalytic converter, she could start on fire. I don't like oil leaks. Plus, the front of my parking lot gets oil leak cars on it all the time, and it makes me mad. But if you're going to run a shop, you're going to have to fix oil leaks. I'm going to have to deal with oil leaks all the time. So yeah, I turned off the ads. I got a few complaints here and there that people don't like the ads. I'm not making any money on these live streams anyway, so I turned off the ads. I think I made, like, the best one was like 78 cents. So I turned off the ads. It'll be better for you guys. But after we get done with the live stream, then I'm going to turn them on. So if somebody want to rewatch it, then they'll have to deal with ads. Oil keeps the dust down, yeah. Should have a sign, oil leak parking, designated spot for them. Well, I know I should, but here's the problem in the parking lot. And we got parking lot violations. It's $10 if you block my door and you leave your car here. I'm going to charge you $10. There's 2 parking spots right out here in front by the walk-in door. If you take both of them spots, you're getting charged $10. And then it's called a parking violation. And then if you block my parking lot, you're getting a parking violation. I mean, you don't take 2 spots at Walmart generally. You don't block at other places. You don't block other places so people can park in the parking lot. You don't block off the parking lot with your car. Well, people do that around here. And I have to send a message because I tell everybody that they can't park in front of the doors, the overhead doors, and then they can't take 2 parking spots, and they can't block my parking lot. It happens on a weekly basis, I'm telling you. It's actually a PETA. People don't realize how much it can impact the shop. No service for you for 1 year blocking the garage door. Yeah, I don't know. I have to get in and out of the shop. They don't know where I am. Michelle's helping people. I had one guy, I come in from a test drive and I pull right up behind him, and I'm like, he knows that there's a car 2 inches off his butt, but he will not move. So, and I was so mad. I blocked him in so he couldn't get out. I came into the shop and talked to his buddy and had his buddy go out there and tell him to move out of my way. And I was mad. Pete violates the parking violation. Yeah, but I'm the boss. It doesn't leak on the outside of the edge of the valve cover, just the center. It leaks like 1 quart a week, maybe. I thought was the oil cap at first. Doesn't leak on the outside of the edge of the valve cover. Yeah, it just leaks in the center. It leaked like 1 quart a week. That's a lot of oil. I'm going to start charging extra spouse fees for Pete's parking violations. I don't think I violate too much. Like, the only time I park in front of the door is if I plan on bringing the car in, or if the bay is full and I know them cars ain't coming out of there. Other than that, I think I'm pretty good on the parking, and I go out there and organize the parking lot once a month. We got that parking lot pretty well organized. It's all the cars are out by the fence. There's no cars in the back. The motorhome is back beside the shop now. It looks pretty nice out there. That's a lot of oil, 1 quart a week. Rob said that's 1 quart is a lot. Are you sure it's just the valve cover? And Michelle says Pete and I are polar opposites, but it's absolutely awesome. I don't think we're polar opposites at all. Maybe a little bit. You don't drink no Mountain Dew. I think anybody, or I shouldn't say that. I was gonna say, like, anybody that don't drink Mountain Dew, I don't know. I have to have my Mountain Dew. Of course, I don't drink coffee. I don't like coffee though. That's why I don't drink it. It is just a valve cover, okay. I mean, did you just try to put new gaskets in it once, or have you had it off more than once? I mean, what made you think you got to put a gray RTV on it? Elijah says he loves coffee. Rob Norton, coffee? You mean life juice? No, I don't drink any coffee at all. Michelle don't drink coffee, even though she says she loves it. Yeah, I don't like the smell of coffee at all. I like hot chocolate. That's it. But hot chocolate don't have no caffeine in it. But I'm telling you, in the winter, I like to come in and have a hot chocolate. I'll tell you that. If I'm out snow blowing, which I don't snow blow anymore. I got a plow truck. All right, let me pull up a picture of that valve cover again. I'm gonna put you guys on the internet. Just once I was told to put a little bit of RTV around the bolt holes. So you didn't put none on the gasket. So here's Ford. Let's go to O'Reilly's and look at that one. So O'Reilly's, we can see more pictures, but it looks like Why is this up here? Well, I can't really flip it over. So underneath, is it leaking on all the spark plug holes, or is it just the middle two? Going back to the chat. I can drink the Starbucks flavored coffee and it doesn't bother him, but regular coffee says he stays 200 feet away. Rob says, heck yeah, leisure best on a frigid day. My kiddos love it. None on the gasket. It was just once that I changed gasket. The middle two. Well, let's go back and look at that O'Reilly's one again. I can't zoom in on this. It's almost like the middle gasket isn't in there. Or it's cracked, or well, this picture is what I want. Yeah, you're leaking so much oil. I doubt that it's coming through the spark plug threads. It's not doing that, so it's leaking oil from the valve cover. I just doubt the head could be cracked, but I guess it could be. I guess for, what did you say, $60-some? Just get one and put it on and hope for the best. It's probably warped. Yeah, there's only one bolt in the middle. Oops. Now I'm back on here. Yeah, there's only one bolt that holds the two middle ones, so it's probably warped. You likely have more issues if the head was busted. Yeah. I just don't want to give any wrong ideas, but for 60 some bucks, get the one from eBay coming and get her on there. And as far as I'm aware, just clean everything up dry. You don't have to put any silicone on anything, but where the head and timing cover meet up, just one little spot right there. Make sure they're all torqued to spec as well. They have a torque pattern on them too. Yeah, torque them and follow the pattern. I never do. I never torque them or follow the pattern. But I've been doing this for 36 years. I do work my way from the center out. Yeah, the new ones come with new bolts too, so that's good. It's almost got to be cracked or warped. It almost has to be. Are your fluids clean? Oil, antifreeze, and transmission? What difference would that make, Michelle? Of course, his oil's clean. He's putting in a quart a week. Arkansas. That's too far away for me to come down there and help you fix it right now. No, it's not a head gasket issue. His valve cover is leaking oil down in the center two spark plug holes. Avoid valve leak oil. The other question I got, so it's it's filling up them spark plug holes, but you're using 2 quarts of oil. Where's the oil running out of the car at? Is it running up over the top of the valve cover and then running out of the edges, ends? I mean, oh boy. Is it filling the spark plug holes all the way up and then running out the top of the valve cover? A quart a week, that's a lot of oil, so it's leaking out of there at a high rate. It's not running anywhere. I don't get it. A quart a week is going to be running all over. Thoughts on a Mercedes Metris? No, I have no thoughts on that one. Manny, sorry. Still a question. You aren't driving like 1K miles a week, are you? I'd say it might be a week, but could be more. Well, I mean, if your oil's not making it to the ground, you're burning it. 1 quart a week, it's going to be running all over the engine. It just really is. I haven't seen a Mercedes Metris before. Yeah, I don't even know what one is. We don't get any Mercedes in here. I drove it almost 460 miles and put a quart in. Yeah, but if it's not running, leaking all over the outside and having a running off the engine, you're burning it. It's not smoking either. But I mean, if it's not leaking, a quart a week is puddles on the ground when you come to a stop. $460 miles on a quart. I mean, not all oil burning engines you'll see smoke, not all the time. I had a Mercedes back in 2000, but I lived in London, UK then. Yeah, Michelle's been everywhere. Yeah, I'm just going to get the new valve cover and see from there. Well, you know you got a leak up there, so that's not going to hurt anything to fix that. So 1 full tank of gas per quart. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how big the tank is. Yeah, if it's using that much oil, it would be dripping on the ground. Yeah, we have live feeds every Tuesday and Thursday. So come back on and let us know more of what happened and what you did to fix it. And how it ended up. Absolutely, we want to know. The driveway has no oil stains. I don't know. That just seems like a lot of oil to me not to be leaking underground. No, yeah, yeah, I got it. Will do. Will do. Yep. It gives me something to think about during the rest of the week too. 8 p.m. on Tuesdays. Yeah, on Tuesdays we do it in portrait, so we catch the short feed. Although I may switch it up or just stick to one like this style, the landscape, because I got to switch all my pictures around and it's kind of a pain in my butt. Yeah, yeah. I'm agreeing with Alicia on there. You got something else going on other than the leak on the valve cover because that's a lot of oil. It would be running underground somehow, some way. So yeah, you might have a plugged PCV. Uh, Not sure where that is. Let me type in PCV valve. Oh yeah, these have the. Not sure where that's going to be located. But we can go into. I'm not even sure if I have the right engine up here, but component location, engine. I'll probably have to go back to Ford and look it up. Ford is the worst one for looking up parts. Let me just try to type it in and see if I can pull up a PCV valve. Back of valve cover. Okay. Is it built into the valve cover? That's what I'm wondering. Although O'Reilly's did show one. Intake manifold backside is where it's located. Yeah, if it's easy to pull out, see if there's oil on it. That's something that should be serviced on a regular basis. I get a lot of oh the 3.5 non EcoBoost engines will have a piece. They need their PCV valves. 3.6 the Chevy engine always needs a PCV valve. They get a lot of oil backed up into the air cleaner duct. All the 3.6 Chevys always need a PCV valve. They do regularly. When I bring them in and for an oil change and I check the air filter and there's oil in there, it's the bad PCV valve, guaranteed. You said you had 100 and I'm going to go back and look and see how many miles you got on this thing. No, I'm not sure we talked about how many miles. Oh, just remind me. How many miles you got on that, Matthew? Oh, 235K. That's a lot of miles. Yep, I think you got a couple things going on there because if you're not seeing any oil dripping on the ground, you got another problem. Going through that much oil, you would see it leaking somewhere. You just would. Especially if you're parked in the driveway all night. You come back out, there's no oil on the ground. It's burning it. So check that PCV valve, just like Leisure said. I would replace it. They're cheap. Back in the old days, that used to be part of the tune-up. I wonder if I could look for a TSB. No, I'm not seeing anything for excessive oil burning as a TSB. But I can't really search my TSBs. I just have to look through them. Yeah, I hope you figure something out. That's too much oil. That's a lot of oil to be putting in. And oil went up, right? Yeah, I talked to the Napa lady about the oil prices. There's the oil prices. She just said that hers didn't go up as much. The Napa oil only went up like $1 a quart. And I guess this is my cost on it. I get a discount too. Hey, too quick, how's it going? Jesse Jolson, I finally put your sign up on the wall. I got a nice little spot. I put your sign. I'll show you in a minute. That's good that you're making it through there. Hopefully you're not drinking too much. Cut that alcohol down. Or that was just, I know you don't drink very much, but you're just having a good time that on the drag racing event. Yeah, I hung it up on the wall. Everybody gets to see it. Well, thanks for making that for me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, let's take a look at it. I'll put the so I'm gonna unplug the phone. But up here on the wall, put it right up there. Well, Jesse Jolson made me this sign. Friend and customer of mine. All right, good luck, Matthew. Get that oil leak fixed. I know you'll figure it out. You'll get it. Yeah, I know he doesn't normally drink. But he was blaming it on me, so got to give him some crap. Sorry, man. I think I missed that one live feed you told us to come to. Third gear X. I have a 72 Skylark with a Buick 400 and from the 67 GS model, but it's paired to my stock 350 transmission. Is that a lot of pressure? Gosh, I don't really know what you're getting at. Turbo 350 transmission should be just fine. I always ran turbo 350s. I never liked the 400 transmission. (1972) Buick Skylark with a Buick 400 from the 67 GS model. It's paired to my stock 350 transmission. Is that a lot? It should be just fine. If not, and you burn it up, they're easy to rebuild. Yeah, thanks, Jesse, for that sign. I got her up on the wall. I'm very proud of it. We just had it sitting behind my root beer bottles, but I'm like, today I got to get that sign mounted up there. So I took a few minutes out of my day, and I mounted it up there. Leisure said your 1972 Skylark needs a M22 rock crusher, and I think that's a manual. Put a transmission cooler on it if you're worried about it. For those transmissions, turbo 350 coolers are pretty cheap for those. You can go down to O'Reilly's or Napa and get yourself a cooler. Go to Napa. Don't go to O'Reilly's. I'm mad at O'Reilly's. Go to AutoZone. You can go to AutoZone. You can go to AutoZone, Napa, or Auto Value. Yep, I'm just a little mad at O'Reilly's, so. I'm sure I'll get over it someday. I wouldn't say I'm mad. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed with O'Reilly. So I'm giving them a little break for a while, see how they like it. Third Gear X, yes, actually, I got both an oil cooler and a trans cooler. Haven't installed them yet. Well, good idea, good thinking. Glad you thought of that. I think it'll be just fine. We used to put a lot of horsepower on some turbo 350s. I think they're a good transmission. Way better than the transmissions we got nowadays, I'm going to tell you that. I don't know how many millions of times better they are than the transmissions we got nowadays. They should put turbo 350s back in cars now. That would solve all their problems. TH125s and turbo 350s would solve a lot of problems in the car makers world today. There, we're waiting for Jessie Joseph to start her own YouTube channel. That'll be cool. You should start your own YouTube channel, Jessie. I just subbed to you too. Should have done that a while back. Got the oil cooler because the 400 tends to run the oil hot, I've heard. So you're putting together a little hot rod. Too quick, I'm still here. Well, that's sure is nice of you to come. I do gotta get off my lazy butt sometimes and visit more or other people's live streams more often. No, Jessie says she doesn't think she wants to do a YouTube channel. It is a lot of work. And for me, it's been a lot of work and a lot of trial and error, and I'm still not very good at it. But I try every day to put a video out there, and that is a lot of work, and I do the best I can. I'm not the best person to relay information, and I'm not the best editor. I'm not the best editor, but I try. Once in a while, I get a good video. Yeah, too quick. He's saying it's a lot of work too. And I'm kind of a perfectionist, and I'm not very perfect at videos. I try to be a perfectionist at everything I do, but that's one thing I've learned, that I'm not a perfection. I'm not at the skill level yet to be a perfectionist. Like some of these guys have like perfect videos. I don't know how they do that, but some guys could get perfect on them. I don't like being on camera, but I have my own YouTube. But we just use Daisy as the main face. You do, well, yeah, on the other channel, but when we go on our vacation, we're going to be doing some videos on our other channel. Pete Michelle Daisy is the other channel. And I am getting excited to go, but we still got 2 months. I know what's going to happen because I can already feel fall coming. Just the other day, it was 60-some degrees in the morning, wasn't it, Michelle? Or was it colder? But what's going to happen is I'm going to think it's going to start getting too cold, and I'm going to want to leave early. Too quick to see. I don't like being on camera either. It gets easier over time. Yes, it does. I think one of the things, I didn't like to be on camera either, but I knew it was important to get my followers and grow a following. So I just always try to be on camera. It's fun to have. We're going to get Pete Michelle Daisy going live soon. Yeah, when we get going. on our trip. Plus, I gotta do. This is my main channel, so I gotta make sure I got content. Mostly related. This channel is only for automotive, so or shop repairs. That's why I started this channel, but it's got to be related to that somehow when I go on vacation. So maybe somebody will break down, and I'll be the nice guy, stop and fix them. Which if I see somebody's broke down, I'm stopping, and we're gonna try to help them. So maybe we'll do a short video on helping people along the way. I'm gonna have some tools, jacks, impacts, jump boxes, scanners, computers. We're gonna bring it all. Yeah, you gotta stay in your niche on your channel. Too quick that you'd have to. Or else the algorithm doesn't like you anymore. I gotta start recording videos on our motorhome and start posting more. Yep. I think we can use one of your names to get back in there so you can start posting videos. JB Weld LOL. I know a fair bit about the algorithm. Yeah, I'm learning it, and I know there's a YouTube bot that subscribes to your channel if you get too viral of a video. Would you have room to sleep in the RV? Oh yeah, we got room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it could sleep up to 5. Yeah, I'll show you. We put in some LED lights above the trim on the slide there the other day, and then there's Michelle. Then that table folds down, and 2 people could sleep there, and then there's a couch. I'd say to the bottom right, there's a couch there, and then there's a back bedroom that sleeps 2. So there's 5 right there. Michelle says it could do 6 plus. Well, you gonna sleep on the floor? Michelle's sitting there at the table with a candle. The bad news is these lights only worked for 2 days, and the controller burned out. But I got a new controller on the way, a better one. But I think I did a good job putting them up there. Yeah, maybe 2 adults and 4 children. There you go. It's a fully equipped home, queen-size bed with his and her closets, bathrooms, living, dining room, full kitchen, washer, dryer. Yep, it has all that. Yeah, I got my one phone, the phone that I'm using as my camera right now, set up to take pictures at the right aspect ratio. But this picture I took with my other phone, so I don't think it's in the right aspect ratio. Hey, Mexican. Hello, Pete. How are you doing this fine evening? I'm doing really good. We are just winding down here a little bit. I got Michelle in this picture, and we just put those LED lights above the trim there. Yeah, I was looking at that celebrity that you had the short video on, Mexican, the 1986. My friend had a 1986 with the 2.8 in it, Eurosport, but it was automatic. And way back in the day, that car was newer back then, but I had an old Nova, and I come up behind him on the road. I don't even know if I should tell this story, but I won't say how fast I pushed him, but he had a hitch on the car, a little bull hitch. And I come up to him with the front of the Nova, and I pushed him to quite some excessive speed for quite some many miles. Yeah, I'll never forget that celebrity. I think I had a built 350 in it, in the Nova. She was pretty fast. If needed, the front seats recline and also floor room and for an air mattress. Yeah, but we're gonna modify it a little bit. We're gonna put some recliners in there and electric fireplace between the recliners. That's why we bought it. We bought it a little bit cheaper, so if we did modify it, we would not feel bad modifying it. But it's only got 48,000 miles on it. It's pretty low miles. Everything is pretty good shape. Getting ready to go to Florida. Yeah, so how much is that little, without the exporting fees and all that? How much are you trying to get out of that little 86 Celebrity there, Mexican? Just interesting. Be interested to know. Too quick to see. Michelle Pete is taking you to Niagara Falls and up to the track by me. It's 45 minutes from Niagara Falls. Oh yeah, we could go up there sometime. I don't know if I can go into Canada just quite yet. I don't have a passport, but maybe my real ID that I'm getting will let me in. I don't know. I think you got to have a passport. And if I did make it into Canada, they might not let me back in the United States. I'm just saying we can pack some people in to sleep. I know we can have a lot of people in there for socializing. I know that. I like it because I got all my solar panels and stuff on there, and it can be, what do you call that when you're living off grid? Live off grid. Yeah, that's what you call it. If I had to, I could live off grid in that thing. I think the real ID, we can travel to and from Canada. Yeah, I don't know. I have to ask my brother because my brother goes up there to get certifications for working on agricultural equipment, and he would know. But I haven't noticed any wildfire smoke over the last few days. One of the other days, a few days ago, was pretty bad. That's what my dad said, and he's Canadian. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get my real ID. I've been trying to get it the last 8 years, but we can do it here in our own town. We have a licensed bureau here in town now, and they can renew your license there. You should verify that. That doesn't work for Mexico. It has to be the passport. Yeah, how much you selling that 86 a Celebrity for without the exporting charges? Like if you were going to sell it in Mexico, how much would it be? Too quick to see. He's been looking into Starlink. Yeah, I think that's after I get done with this Straight Talk home internet box. That's what I'm going to. But by that time, the Amazon will have theirs up and running. So there'll be competition between Elon and Jeff Bezos. So the prices will go down on that. Pete, that car is equipped like that, was not sold in the US. No V6 with a manual in the US in 1986. Also has ultra rare factory tachometer in the dash. Yeah, see, I watched your little video on it. I was just wondering, like, what is the price before the export duties? I don't. I'm not interested, but I'm just curious. I worked at a Chevy dealer for the 1987, 1988 model years. Those celebrities were new at the time, and they were great cars. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened to my buddies, but it's probably still out there somewhere. Maybe not. That was quite a few years ago. It had the 2.8 in it. Eurosport automatic transmission, though. I do believe. And I don't think he had no tack. It's too long ago for me to remember that. Amazon is years behind since their rocket failed. Yeah, that rocket blew up. Yep. I don't know. They have a lot of money, so they're going to get up and get in competition with Elon. Sometimes I like to call him Ellen, right? I don't know. 2.5 was a good engine. Yeah, one of my ex girlfriends had a 2.5 in her Grand Am. The car by itself is 70,000 pesos without travel. Pesos. 70,000 pesos. I'm going to look that up. $4,000. I don't think that's too bad. You should probably be able to get that. At least another year until they can launch again. 70,000 pesos at 1750 is $4,000, but it will be more to bring it up on the trip. Yeah, and I'm sure you're very reasonable on stuff like that, but that seems like a car of that vintage should have some value, and I'm sure you're going to get it. Tyson, does Jeep still make good vehicles? I would say Jeep is one of the better ones. I don't know. They use some of the Pentastar engines, and I don't know if they got all the problems fixed on those now or not. Mexican says no. My Jeep is a Renegade, and I ain't had no trouble on it. It's got 80,000 miles. All I've done is oil changes and tires. Still got the original brakes in it, brake pads. I'd say most vehicles, if you keep them around till under 100, and then get rid of them, you're generally going to do okay. Just got to keep up on the regular maintenance. You have to. Oil changes, services. I think one of my customers just bought a brand new Jeep and she likes it. A Jeep, a Grand Cherokee, I believe it was. It's got a lot of bells and whistles though, and she's an older gal and she doesn't know how to use them all. Yeah, I got a Jeep. I got a Jeep in here. Got to do brake pads on it tomorrow. That's just a Cherokee. Brake pads and rotors. Yep. Our Jeep is due for an oil change almost, and my pickup's almost due for an oil change. I think everything's coming for an oil change all at the same time. Pala probably needs an oil change. We're gonna have to buy more oil, Michelle. And we got 6 oil changes lined up for Saturday. Yeah, you got to get on it and see what we need to order for oil and filters. Michelle lined them up. 6 oil changes on Saturday for me. Good job, Michelle. No, I'm just kidding. We'll do 20 oil changes on Saturdays if that's what we got. We already got a couple lined up for the Saturday after, which is August 1st. People wait a whole week to get their oil changed here, sometimes up to 2 weeks. My Expedition needs exhaust manifolds ASAP. Why? Where are you going to go with the exhaust manifold or the Expedition? Which almost is, yeah, I don't know. Tire rotation. Yeah, the Jeep needs a tire rotation. It's a 2015 Jeep Renegade. It's got the 2.4. Don't get the turbo. Don't get anything turbo. You're just asking for trouble if you get a turbo. No, I only scheduled one oil change. You did the rest. And well, you know me, I'm not going to say no. Yeah, the Impala needs a strut and an engine mount or a motor mount. I don't know what is exactly the correct term for it. I always call them motor mounts, but I think it's correct to say engine mount. I don't know. Maybe they're both correct to say either way. Let's rotate the Jeep tires right now. No, my hoists are full. It's full. But yeah, that's a good idea. I need to start doing like a little project for the live stream. And we were going to put the hoist cable on the K-Tool, but Michelle was sick, so I had to get the cable changed so I don't drop a car. And I did that on a Sunday, but I did a long video on it. I miss driving my Expedition. Well, I think you miss driving the Impala too, don't you? And the exhaust is starting to get loud on the Impala. The Compass scares me. We replaced the piston position sensor the day after we got it. It just quit running in the middle of traffic. Oh boy. Was it a brand new one or a new used one? Yeah, we got a Jeep Liberty right here. I don't know what year it is. I haven't even looked it up, but we're working on the engine. We got it given to us. Thanks for coming too quick. I'll catch up on yours, I promise. Get that damn Jeep off and put up mine. Well, maybe you should help me get this engine done. Yeah, I hope you have a great rest of the week and everything goes perfect for you too quick. 2015 only has 68,000 miles. Yeah, that's not very many miles to have a failure. To leave you stuck in the middle of traffic, that's gotta suck. I think he means crankshaft position sensor. Which I guess all Jeeps have always been known for the crank sensors and cam sensors. They just always have. Yeah, it's because the Impala is a police interceptor and it's fast, was stable until you decided to drive it every blizzard possible last winter. I did not blow out the strut in that car. It's just old. Yeah, that's got to suck. In the middle of traffic, you had to get out and push. Yeah, Jeeps have always been known for crankshaft sensors and cam sensors. They just never got a handle on that, I guess. The 4.0 liter, the straight six, they were the worst. As far as sensors, they're damn good engine, but the sensors. Had to push, almost got hit. Yeah. If you're in the middle of traffic, man, you got to be careful because people are on their phones. They just don't care anymore. Yeah, we're out here along the highway, and it's a 45-mile-an-hour zone, and they're going way too fast. The O'Reilly's parts delivery guy about a month ago almost got ran over. Yeah, they almost got rear-ended out here. And I had notified the authorities and told them they need to do some speed patrol on this road, and they do now. But as soon as they leave, the police leave, then the cars they just kick it up another 15 miles an hour. Yep, you got to be careful. Nobody cares anymore. They're on their phones. Oh, there's tons of semi trucks that speed through here. Yeah, yeah, and that's even worse. One the other day, almost rear-ended a car. He slid the tires for like 50 feet, maybe 100 feet, trying to, because he didn't see the car slowing down in front of him. But I think that was just yesterday. That's crazy. People got to pay attention. If you're driving a vehicle, pay attention. I can't figure out, it has a 6-speed manual or is that a CV trans? Well, CVT trans. Well, if it's a 6-speed manual, you got to shift the gears. If it's a CVT, it's just got a big steel belt inside, like a snowmobile. They do make a manual transmission that's has a torque converter on it, and the car shifts it, but that's not a CVT. I can't remember what they call those. A Too Quick would know. Well, I think he said he has a Jeep Patriot. A Compass. He has a Compass. No? What does he have? Oh boy. Mexican says everyone should buy a 1981 Valiant Volare from me with a manual transmission, no power steering or brakes. This way they will have to pay attention while they're driving all the time. Compass, yeah. I thought it was, oh yeah, it's a Compass, yeah. Yeah. Up here, they are just, hope it's not the CVT. Yeah, I'm not sure which transmission that would have. I'm assuming it's an automatic, not a CVT. I'm just looking back through here to see if I can figure it out. Nope, I'm not going to be able to figure that one out. Michelle can't drive a car if it ain't got power brakes. She can't drive my van. That's got power brakes, but it's an older vehicle. You got to press a little bit harder. What was it the other day you were driving, Michelle, that you didn't want to drive because the brakes felt bad? Oh, Grant's pickup. Picture of a 2-door Diplomat with a 1980 Volare front end. That's a 1981 Valiant Volare. Yeah, we had, wasn't it, Plymouth Volares up here. Plymouth Valiant Volare. Well, it's probably still a Plymouth Diplomat. It's really hard. I know what a Dodge Diplomat is because the police cars were them, but that's a long time ago. I had a 19, well, I can't even remember, but I had a Plymouth Valiant. I had a slant 6 in it. That's what I was thinking. Oh my God, the Chevy van is literally no brakes. No, the brakes actually work really good. I just took it to the junkyard the other day. I hauled in 2,000 pounds of scrap. They stopped using Plymouth name here and from 1970 and up. Valiant was the make. Well, that's very interesting. I learned a lot from watching your stuff with the Mexican cars. My mother had a Plymouth Dart in the late 70s, and early 80s. Yeah, my dad had two or three Dodge Dart swingers in the 70s, like in 1971 or 72. Plymouth, yeah, I knew what you're saying. But I think the darts that we have here are Dodge. They were Dodge Dart. There's about a quarter of the floor where you have to actually use everything you got to make it barely stop. No, that van stops really nice. Kim fixes everything. Hello, are you guys doing gonna have Buff's live feed here in a couple minutes, or are you doing it? Are you doing it? I guess it's 10 o'clock. My buddy had a 76 Chevy van with 353 on the tree. The clutch was hard and it bent the brake clutch pedal bracket so the brake pedal wouldn't rub on the steering column. Wonder why the clutch was so hard. Well, probably because they didn't normally put a 3 on the tree in a van. Is it hot down there? How are you doing in the heat? Are you on vacation again? Pete made me take it to the gas station to pump gas into it. Thought I was going to run into the building. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you just bad luck with brakes. I don't know. The thing stops good for me. The AC is working great. We will not be streaming tonight. It's all up to you. I've already been on 3 hours and 8 minutes. I'm starting to run out of stuff, but I guess we're talking about stuff now, aren't we? Yeah, I don't know how you guys stay up so late on your. I'm always crashed out by about 11. Between 11 and 12, I crash out. Vance had 3 on the tree. The clutch pedal bushings were wore. Gosh, I just can't picture a Chevy van with a 3 on the tree, or even a manual transmission. We were cruising Vans Nice Boulevard one night. Van popped a wheelie. It was not my imagination. Another friend in the car next to it when it happened, he can attest to that happening. I love my van. I think the older vans were even lighter. No, you and David laughed the whole time you watched me go get gas and come. You're just not used to the old vehicles, I don't think. Kim fixes everything. So Kim and Buff are in Yuma, Arizona. They're working there. Must be on a service call kind of thing or a project thing. Since 6 this morning. Leisure, I took a nap at 3:30 and didn't wake up until 9:30. Some days I take a nap. I have to. I get up at 7:30, between 7 and 7:30, and then I come out here, start working, and then I'll be waiting for parts or something and watching my computer while my eyes will get tired, and then I got to take a nap for like a half an hour. The brake light was on too. Ha ha ha. The brake light's never on for me. You're saying the brake light was on the van? I'm trying some new root beer that Benny got me. And I don't like this one. It's from Pennsylvania. Red ribbon, made with cane sugar. So pure cane sugar. I told our Mexican says, I told Buff last night out weather forecast and said would be about 100, feels like 115. It's actually 115 where you are. Oh man, that's hot. We were talking on Tuesday night on the live stream, and somebody was down in Texas and it was 106 degrees at night. Yeah. No, I drive that van all the time and the brake light's never on for me. So I don't know what you're talking about. Kim says it was 115 today and still 110 as the sun was setting. Our ride home for dinner. That is very hot. But I suppose it's more dry down there, so. But that's too hot for me. I was out. It was mid-90s last week, and I was out in the sun, and I couldn't do nothing out there. I had to come back in here. I got the air conditioning on right now because it started getting hot this afternoon. I was working on the Patriot, getting the engine back in there. A Mexican says to Kim that we are trying to keep the animals a bit cool along with ourselves. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's too hot. It's 74 degrees in here right now. I got the air conditioning on. It's okay. You could drive your crazy van. I'll stick to my Jeep or the Expedition. Mexican says we have high humidity down there. I sweat a lot. Air or no air? Yeah, I started sweating today, so I shut all the doors down. This is right before I went home and took a shower because I need to take a shower for the live feed because I was sweating. Live stream. But I was working on that Jeep, taking that engine out. I took the engine out. It was just sitting in there, and I'll show you. They had the back. Not this picture. So right here's I took the engine out of there because it's just a basket case. But it had a little pilot bushing in there for a different size torque converter pilot. And then the flex plate is also the wrong flex plate. So you look here to the bolts on the flex plate for the torque converter. One is closer to the outside. So I found this flex plate sitting in the back. He had the wrong one in there. And then I took out that torque converter pilot guide because I couldn't get the torque converter in there either. And then he siliconed that spacer plate because he lost the dowel. But I found the dowel, put it back in there, and I got the engine in there. The torque converter's bolted on. I just got to put the starter in there and do some stuff on the top to see if I can get it running before I do any more. Oof, it's actually like 66 degrees right now outside. Mexico says right now we are at 89 with 69% humidity. Yeah, that is a lot of humidity. Alicia says Pete wears his fire suit and helmet when he drives that van. I used to wear my fire suit when I drove the Corvette. I'd go cruising up on Broadway and I'd wear my fire suit. Just because I thought I was cool. Yeah, Michelle, make sure we bring my fire suit jacket along with us when we go to Florida. Make sure to remind me to put it on the list so I can make sure that we got it. Yes, I'm working on this Jeep. Hopefully I can get this engine running. Hopefully it runs. But I'll find out. Nope, no, it's a 3.7 liter. Here's the other problem. I'll show you one more picture on here. I'm going to find it. Where is my pictures? I borescoped down the cylinder the other day, and this thing was sitting outside. I got it given to me. The guy gave up on it, but this was inside cylinder number 1. And I don't know what that stuff is in there. And I did turn this engine over by hand because I was trying to build up some compression to see if they put the timing chain on right. Whoever worked on it, because it was given to me as they gave up on trying to get the engine in there. I don't know what that stuff is. There's a bunch of bugs and stuff. So if I get it started up, I'm going to leave the exhaust pipes off and blow it out the manifolds. Yeah, it's a bunch of crap in there. But I did notice that the engine was in the Jeep with no tape over the intake ports. So some bugs or some rodents or something got down in there and put all this stuff in there. You know, I bet you it was a mouse living in the intake port, and then this is all this stuff that dropped down the valve because the valve was open. But I did shine the camera back up at the valves. I got a index or one of those ones where you can move the end all the way back, articulating, and the valves look fine. But the engine's been all apart, and I didn't get any pictures of the valves because I didn't have the SD card in. Some animal is storing food. Yeah, so the animal was probably living in the intake port, and then this stuff dropped down into the cylinder. But it turns over without binding up. So as long as there's no metal down in there, I think it'd be okay to try to fire it and blow it all out the exhaust. That's my plan. But I was pretty depressed last night after I endoscoped this engine and seen this. I was like, oh no. It's a Black Flag Roach Motel. Everything's been taken apart and painted too. Yeah, I got more pictures. I have to move. Here's not this picture. Not this picture. Not this picture. Which picture is it? Yeah, here's the first picture that I took. You can see they painted the exhaust manifolds orange. New gaskets and new shields, new head gaskets. The heads and block were painted separately. They had the main cap girdle off. Or the main cap is all in one assembly on this engine. It just really scares me because I don't know who did the work. So that also means that the timing chain was off. I don't want to start over on it because I don't want to spend any money on it, but I also want it to run correctly. High performance exhaust manifolds. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they might have thought that was going to make it high performance. Everything is painted. The wheels are painted. The lug nuts are painted. The brake rotors are painted. Yeah, we could go look at it. The motor mount brackets are painted. The oil pan's painted. Everything is painted. But it's not a new engine. I looked down with the borescope. That's not been bored out. Yeah, it's just, I hope it runs off the bat and I don't have to take it apart. Now let's just go look at it. Put you back on the cam. Yeah, so see the wheels. I mean, they even separated the center cap and the lug nuts and painted it all separately. I'm going to flip the camera so it's the other way. The brake calipers have been painted. Get a light going here. But I did get the engine in there. It's bolted in, the torque converter's bolted on. I got to put a starter on it over here. The starter goes over here. But the wires, I got to find the wires. They're up on the top. All kinds of stuff. Then we come over here to the parts. This thing, he painted this mount aluminum. The starter's been painted. This flywheel or flex plate is the wrong one. Oh, and there's new timing chain parts here. that have not been installed. These are new gears. So very interesting. Where's the chain? They just put a chain in this thing and some guides? I don't even know. There's no guides sitting here. He drew a picture of the bell housing bolts. Or I don't know what that is. Oh, there's a set of main bearings. These are brand new. But yet they had the main girdle off. I gotta set the flashlight down. I'm gonna pull one of these out. Standard. There's uppers and lowers. So yeah, he gave me this Jeep. I told him I'd try to put it back together. He signed the title over. I just don't think it's worth me putting any money into it. Maybe a little bit. It needs, I've already found out it needs upper ball joints. Going up and down on the hoist, I noticed a play in them. It needs a back tail light. Tail light is broken. But it ain't rusted out too bad. I'll catch up on the comments here. Everything is painted. It's just I see it as a rust protection. Well, looks like a circus wagon. And Kim says, I would really want to pull it all back to pieces and start over, but I'm not much of a gambler. Well, I don't think I can ruin anything by just putting a starter in there and turning it over, see if it builds compression, see if it makes any noises. I've already rolled it over a few times with my ratchet, and I don't feel anything that's concerning me. So I know the pistons aren't going to hit the valves or anything. I already know that. Leisure says it's an aerosol overhaul. Rest in peace, Joe Rogan. He died? I did not know that. Denny says, rest in peace, Joe Rogan. Pete pulled the motor out today and reset it in today. He was working on it slowly and meticulously. So all the stuff I found wrong so far has been red flag after red flag. Like I should do what Kim says and take that engine all back apart. I know I should have it in my gut. My gut tells me the same thing. He did not die. Why did somebody say that Joe Rogan died? Is my microphone still working? Any ideas why they did all this to that engine in the first? Well, I know the guy that bought the Jeep, and he bought it on the marketplace with a bad engine, or not running. They didn't say that it was a bad engine, but he had me come over to his house, and it actually started up, but it was knocking really bad, and I took a look at underneath, and it had knocked a hole in the side of the block, but it would still run with a hole in the side of the block. So he's like, oh no. So then I gave him the bad news, told him like, yep, you're gonna have to get another engine because there's a hole in the block. So he finds another engine on the marketplace, and he's been working on it for a year or two, and I thought he's going to get it going. He found a running engine supposedly on the marketplace. But anyways, he called me up the other day and said he's done with it. Can I take it off his hands? And I'm like, okay, I'll come over with the car trailer and pick it up. So I did. And he had the engine just sitting and there, wasn't bolted in at all because he couldn't get it in because of he couldn't get it over the motor mounts where they slip over the bolt. And come to find out that it had a torque converter spacer in there for a different size torque converter, which this one has a bigger one where the pilot is. So I had to take that out of there, and come to find out it has the wrong flex plate on it, because when it was in there, I tried to slip the torque converter in and it wouldn't slide in. I didn't force anything, so I don't want to wreck the pump on the transmission. Got a damn fly in here. But so yeah, that I tried to, I was going to draw the torque converter in just a little bit, but I found out that the bolt holes on the flex plate were not lined up. So I'm like, what is going on here? So I had no choice but to pull it back out, and then I'm like, well, where's the right flex plate? Well, I couldn't get into the back because something is wrong. You got to pop it with the key fob. But with no engine not hooked up, or the fuel line's not hooked up, I didn't want to, but I did. I hooked up the battery or my jump box, and then I popped the back and found the flex plate sitting in the back, the right one. So this is where we are, and I don't know. I have nothing invested into it. I would like to get it running and possibly give it away to somebody that needs a car. But so far it's red flag after red flag. Like I gotta take that engine apart, and I don't want to because I don't have time. I fixed I did a chainsaw today. Let me show you. So first thing this morning, I took this chainsaw apart and cleaned the carburetor, dumped the gas, and cleaned it all up. It was a mess. It was sawdust and oil all over everything. So I got this chainsaw done this morning. And then a golf cart comes in, walk in. Can you change the oil in my golf cart? Old guy. And I know him from a ways back. He's very old. He's in mid-80s. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I don't know if I have a filter. I don't need a filter. So I look it up. It doesn't need a filter, just needs the oil dumped. So I changed his oil and checked his air filter. We had to order an air filter because it needs one. So I got him on the way. Then I did the 2013 Equinox front brake rotors, pads, and I did the short video on it. But it turns out that it also had another problem. It needed a brake hose. So the brake hose was collapsed. So I got that done. And then, time to eat lunch and all that. And I had just an hour and a half to work on this Jeep Patriot right before the live stream. Michelle removed him. Kim says, heck, it's got $500 worth. Yeah, the tires are pretty nice. And there's 2 more tires outside that he gave me. I don't know the mileage, and I don't even know what year it is. I haven't been able to get that far. And it's been in my shop for a week and a half or so. I only work on it on my spare time, so pretty busy here at the shop handling customers. We get a lot of people that come in and talk. They need to talk. They need advice. Phone calls all day long. We're a public business, so it's more fun if you get to smack Pete and fly at the same time. I'm not sure, Kim. I haven't been able to have power on the vehicle yet we haven't got. I could have looked today, but I'm not interested in that. But I will find out. Yeah, Michelle has the paddle, and she has it with her. She's in the motorhome outside the shop. We stay beside the shop during the week in the motorhome. I keep an eye on the parking lot so nobody steals any catalytic converters. And the catalytic converter people stopped today. So yeah, there's a lot of people that stop, and we got to answer questions or help them. The phone rings all day long. Text messages all day long. Yeah, I think it would be. It's fairly clean on the inside, very little rust, just a little bit on the rocker, rear rocker, and the front quarter fender. I'm not worried about the rust. I just want it mechanically sound. If we're going to give it to somebody, it's got to be 100%. So I'm agreeing with Kim, and I got red flags, and I got a gut feeling that I got to take that engine apart. I don't want to though. But I'll make that decision tomorrow. I'm going to be able to turn it over tomorrow and put a compression gauge in there, get it full of oil. I could just hook up that fuel line because the injectors are there. That way the fuel won't spray everywhere. I do see the guy cut the ground cable for the engine in 2 spots. So I got to fix the ground cable for the engine. So there's some weird things that have happened on that thing that shouldn't have. And to me, those are all red flags. The other day, I had a scheduled appointment for a Ford Escape brake booster and a Ford Edge brake booster. But when they get here, they're both Ford Edges. Let me show you. So this is the brakes on the one, but oh, that's not the right picture. So these 2 Ford Edges, the same day, come in for the brake booster. One's a 2011 and one's a 2012. And the customers both brought their own brake booster, customer supplied parts. It's like, this is what I was going to tell them. Like, so, these type of people bring their parts to an auto repair business. I was like, so when you go for breakfast in the morning, whether it's McDonald's or a small place, do you bring your own eggs too? Come on. But I put on customer supplied parts here. It's not a big deal. But that's a coincidence that both of them were Ford Edges. The one guy thought his was an Escape, but it wasn't. It was a Ford Edge. So I never done one before, but I learned how to do it and did them both in the same day. Made a little bit of money. Me and Michelle went out to the races on last Saturday. These are the hobby stock IMCA hobby stocks. They were lined up to take their feature. For some reason, the track guy stopped them on the track right before they had to race. And then Michelle videotaped every race, but after the A main of the A mods, here's me going down to Tech. The winner is the 21, and then the second place is Harley Deus Racing, and he has some videos. So I talked to him here at the scale, asked him where his pit was, and we came down and talked to him. And I'm like, I'm the Pete's Custom Car Shop guy that comments on your videos. And he's like, oh, cool. But an interesting fact. So the guy here, the 21, the 2-1, that car won. Well, that guy that won, his dad built my car. Originally had built my car. So this car right here, this is when I bought it. I brought it home this day, January 22nd in 2000. So the guy that won, his dad built this car. And then here's what I turned it into. Actually, this is a good picture at Cresco. That's me racing or taking some hot laps. So very interesting that we went to the races. The guy that won, his dad built my car, and then the other guy that got second, we watch his videos on YouTube. And then I put these lights in the motorhome just the other day, a couple days ago. Well, it was It was Monday night, right, Michelle? Well, just today or yesterday. Was it yesterday? Now the lights are not working, so the controller burned out. So got to fix that. I ordered one to be here Saturday. Last Sunday, I had to finish up a car that I started on. I had an AC leak. Here's all the dye running right out of the heater core. That's as far as I could get in there with my endoscope. Yeah, it was Monday night on the. I put the lights in, or me and Michelle put the lights in the Harvey, the LED lights. But the last Sunday, I was supposed to get this car in on Saturday, but we had 7 oil changes, wasn't able to get it in. So she called me and said she needed her car for Monday. I said I wasn't done with it. She said she still needed her car on Monday. So I had to come in on Sunday and endoscope down in there because I put the sniffer in there and it said it was coming out the vents. The air conditioning was leaking out the vents. So I needed more proof, and I stuck the endoscope down through there, and I got to this far, and I'm like, there she is. So it's a 2009 Toyota Camry, and you got to take the whole dash out, heater box, split it apart, and then change the evaporator core. And at this point, you're going to have to change the heater core too. The repair is worth more than the car. And then the 2012 Ford Edge that I put the brake booster in, he wanted a general inspection too, and it must have been sitting for like a year because here's the brakes. I mean, after I put the brake booster in, you could stop. But you couldn't stop before that. But he needed more brake work. And the rear is in bad shape too. So Michelle made him a quote, and he hasn't got back to us whether he wants to do it or not. Yeah, I'll put the motorhome up here. Yeah, we're planning a trip, and this was 2 Sundays ago. I rotated all the tires. And the motorhome has a capability with the leveling jacks to lift all 8 tires off the ground. So I rotated all them tires. I washed the outside. This is 2 Sundays ago. So the tires are all rotated. Air's all checked. And it's all washed. Yep, we're going to go to Florida. Minnesota to Florida. And I'm taking the back roads if I can. We're going to take our time. We're taking 3 weeks off. And I've already started notifying my regular customers that I won't be here. What else do we got? Leisure. Here's the Leisure's modified he used to work on from 92 to 95. Did you say that's the year range Leisure? Asphalt modified. He sent me a picture and I was able to put it on here for him. Benny is one of my, where the heck is it? Benny got me 7 bottles of root beer so far. He just got back from vacation and he was thinking about me and he brought me these 5 bottles right here in front. So far, I like the IBC. It's pretty good. He brought me the Spreacher and the Spring Grove Soda Pop root beer. I like that Spring Grove Soda Pop. That might be up there close to number 1 also. He wanted me to, over time, rate all the root beers. There's my Busch Light collection. All unopened cans. And then this room here, where this Busch Light collection is, we're going to make this into my reception room for the shop. And then Michelle's going to sell chips and pop and give away coffee and popcorn. Yeah, here's one of Benny's hot rods, and that's Michelle in there. He stopped by the other day to drop me off some of that root beer, and Michelle said she wanted to ride in the hot rods, or maybe he said he'd give her a ride in one. This is a 67 Nova. He's down a ground up on it. He does everything from the paint to the engine. Well, he gets a crate engine, puts it in there. It's got a 383, but gave Michelle a ride in there. Michelle said that he was doing 90 the whole time. Yeah, we're thinking about maybe going to like a Daytona area. I've never been to the ocean or the beach, so I want to see that before the end. The lettuce parasite, yeah. I recovered right away, but she's still recovering. And then here's one of Benny's other hot rods. It's a 1948 Chevy, and I fixed the air conditioning on it. Was having a little problem. It wouldn't stay on. Aftermarket air conditioning on this one for sure. But come to find out, it just needed 100 more RPM for the system to work right. Here's a rat rod that's on my lift. I haven't seen the rat rod drive by lately, Michelle. Here's my brother's modified. Oh yeah, we were in the parade. We were in the parade this year. We got AutoZone, Napa, and Auto Value to sponsor us candy and water. So water for the old people and candy for the younger people. I handed out almost 200 bottles of water. But to my surprise, the kids wanted the water instead of the candy. It was opposite. Michelle drove, Daisy in the passenger seat, and I walked the whole parade handing out water in the back. But that was pretty cool. We got Auto Value, Napa, and AutoZone as parade sponsors. So shout out to Auto Value and Napa and AutoZone. Thank you. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't too hot. I was sweating a little bit. First time being in the parade. I did not want to be in the parade because I do not need to advertise. We are busy. We're out to the middle of August right now on the schedule. Yeah, Kim, I'm gonna bring a metal detector. I get bored so easily. I gotta be a busybody. I gotta be doing something all the time. So I'm gonna bring a metal detector and metal detect on the beach. That's my plan. That's in Minnesota. I'm just being taxed way too much, and I can't afford. I don't know the logistics of hiring somebody, let alone being able to afford it. So far this year, I've paid out almost 40,000 in tax. I'm not very happy about it. Yeah, you got to bring stuff to do. Our plan is on our way down there, going the back way or whatever way we go. If somebody's broke down on the side of the road, I'm gonna use my mobile mechanic skills to get people going. Yeah, this last year when I got taxed, I still haven't bought anything. Well, this year I can't afford to buy anything, and the year I got taxed so bad, last year, um, I didn't buy nothing, no assets, nothing big enough to do anything. Here's a '68 Chevy that originally I put an oil pan gasket in it, and he was so happy about that, he brought it back for me to fix the steering column. It was missing the horn. Oh gosh, what is that little round thing in the steering column that transfers the horn wires, the horn disc, whatever, horn cam, the cam? It was missing that, and some bolts were loose and some were missing. And anyways, I got it all fixed. Even the horn even worked afterwards. Here's my Chevy van. This is the one that Michelle says she can't stop. Yep, I did have to register to Swift. I was working on a state patrol car the other day, or earlier this year. I put a radiator in it and did an oil change on it. And he paid me with a credit card. The state patrol officer did. He said he's in charge of his maintenance. But come to find out that the state patrol lady called me, and she said that he shouldn't have came to my shop because I'm not registered with Swift. Well, I told that lady, I said I might not want to register with Swift, and she says, well, then we can't bring our cars to you. So I ended up registering with Swift. I don't even know what it is. It's something so they can keep track of their payments to state. But I ended up changing this radiator. I took it out the bottom. It was so easy. And he said he had just gotten a radiator put in there like within a year at a dealer, at a Dodge Chrysler Jeep dealer. I take that radiator out and it's not new. It was a used one. It had junkyard markings on it. So I'm like, you know what? I looked up the dealer where he went, and there's a junkyard right beside that dealer. I can't believe they would do that. I quoted him a new Mopar radiator, and he signed the quote and said, let's do it. So I put a OE part in there. Here's our squad car that I work on all the time. We got a couple of these. The new one I did the first oil change on it. It's probably due for an oil change again. I put all OE, GM oil filter. You're working on a police car, you got to do everything perfectly. I put an engine mount in this one. They ripped the engine mount out of it once. It was burning a quart of oil every time they put gas in it. They'd have to put a quart of oil in it. Come to find out that it needed a valve cover, so I put a valve cover in there, and it's down to 1 quart per oil change now, which is within specifications. Hey Buff, how you doing? Hi from my laptop. I actually listening to Kim here in the hotel room. So what are you guys working on down there? She said you're on a job. Michelle, zip tie holder. I told her she's got to make more of these ASAP. So it's a piece of a plastic corrugated board, like cardboard, but it's plastic. And then the little containers that hold the zip ties, They're Napa windshield wiper packaging. And then we hot melt glued that to the board. And I know it works really good because the 11-inch ties there, the second one on the left, she made it too long, so I had to cut it down, and they are glued on there really good. So we need to start making more of those, or Michelle does. And it's cheap to make, and I think we could sell them for like double what we got into them. Let me move that truck out of the way. This truck here was just in my shop. It's got 24,000 miles on it. It's a 2016. And he hasn't driven it enough, and the tires went bad. So I just put a different set of wheels and tires on that he had. He had them since he bought the truck. So I was putting those on there, and I got to thinking, I'm like, the TPMS sensors aren't going to be any good. Sure enough, we had to put 2 TPMS sensors in it. He lost a couple lug nuts. The other set of wheels took a different set of lug nuts. So we got that all changed out and I'm back on the road. 24,000 miles. That's a nice truck. 2016. I'll make the zip tie boards, but you have to make the graphics for whoever wants to buy one. No, we don't have to put graphics on it. Why do we have to put graphics on it? So she's talking. We got a vinyl machine. Yeah, I made all the signs for the parade sponsors, but this sticker here on the back of my Corvette, I sold enough of those on eBay to pay for the Corvette and the vinyl machine. I did that after work when I had a real job. Sold them all over the United States. Lots of guys with Corvettes wanted them custom made. So I custom make them for their whatever they wanted. This was the one for mine. Yeah, I turned all the ads off tonight. Some people were complaining about the ads, so I turned them off. After we get done streaming here, I'll go back in and edit it and turn them back on. If you're going to change the actuator on your HVAC in your car, get an OE actuator. Don't get one from O'Reilly's because it'll fail right away. Shop. This is my shop on the outside. And then right in front of the Polaris Ranger there and this white pickup, that's what we call Michelle's, and she's got her own LLC. So I'm gonna put a coated lock on the red door so they can't come into that door. They'll have to come over here to Michelle's door, and that's going to be my reception area, and then she's going to sell some snacks in there. Nothing that we have to have the FDA come here for, though. That was really weird. It sounded like somebody was trying to get in the door. Oh yeah, she had to drive that 2016 Chevy pickup. Go pick up the customer the other day. Here's where I started. This is my house shop. There's the Corvette. Well, the hoist is still in the garage. I still have the shop. I just moved everything over here, but the hoist. I keep the hoist in there, and the race car's in there right now. I took a picture of it just the other day. There's the engine. That's at the house shop because I built the Well, I built the engine, but there's the skid plate for the engine. Because I kept getting the oil screen broken off when I raced. So I reinforced the bottom of the oil pan, and then my oil screen would stay on. That's a Fram racing filter, HB4. It's one of the best filters for racing if you got a small block. Did a bunch of research on that filter. Those are Hooker Super Competition racing headers. That's a 406 engine. Full roller cam, roller, everything. Yeah, I got pictures of the bottom end. I built it. Here's Michelle in it. We got it going last year. We switched it over to E85. It used to be methanol. Switched it over to E85, got it going, rebuilt the fuel pump, rebuilt the carburetor, rebuilt the fuel system. The engine has 55 nights on it. I got it, and it's sat too long. It's sat like 19 years now, so I got to put new valve springs in it. And that's what I was getting to. I was trying to find the engine. It's here somewhere. Mod engine. Well, that's a different engine. Mod bottom end. Here it is. So here's the engine on the inside. I can't for the life of me figure out why I took this out of the car, because I had raced it. I don't ever remember taking the engine out of the car, but for some reason I did it. It's not blown up. I was just doing a nightly maintenance. Every night the pan came off for sure, and a rod cap. But once I figured out the rod main bearings were staying nice and perfectly like brand new, I never took the main caps and rod caps off. But I'd still take the pan off every night, because the dirt this engine would suck in through the air cleaner and down through the rings and through the breather system. You get about a half inch of sludge in that oil pan after one night of racing. But I don't know why I took it out of the car. Can't for the life of me think of it. What's going on? So there's the oil pump screen. Broke it off multiple times. So I ended up tacking the bolts, welding it into the pump. It's a good engine. 55 nights. Just needs some valve springs. And that's the thing. I need the valve springs that I had in there. I put a week testing on them, testing pressures and getting them just perfect. So I need to do the same thing again. Actually, I could buy a set of assembled heads. They're about $4,000. Here's a 77 Chevy pickup that I used to pull my street stock with. I did a lot of work to that truck. I love that truck. Here it is with the race car in the back. Looks like that's 1998. Here I am standing. We went to the Indianapolis 500 last year. That was our vacation last year. We went to Indiana. Michelle's back there. I'm standing next to them. I got my hand on the pace car. I didn't dare try to open the door. I wonder if the keys were in it. I found a new picture of my lawnmower. So I bought this lawnmower for $50, had a blown up engine. I found it had a single cylinder Briggs in it when I bought it. But then I found this engine. I don't know what you call it, but it's an 18 horse or 18 and a half IC engine. Bolted right in. I had to come up with an exhaust system though. I figured that one out. Then I put the decals on it. And that's what I mow my yard with. So here's the RV. We're taking this to Florida with the trailer, with the Jeep. And then I'm gonna put a front receiver hitch on it so I can haul my motorcycle on the front. So I'm gonna put a 2-inch receiver onto the front, then make some kind of device to lift up the motorcycle and haul the motorcycle along with us. So we'll have the motorcycle and the Jeep. And the Jeep can't be flat-toed, so it's got to be on a trailer. No, I don't think so, but I do get people that stop and watch me mow for a little while. I don't know if they get offended by the flag that's on it or if they just think it's cool. I think it's cool. That's why I did it. No offense to anybody, by the way. It took me a long time to get that Confederate flag onto the hood because it's got the vents. I'm like, this is never going to work, but I tried it and I was able to do it. Yeah, I always watch the Dukes of Hazzard, the A-Team, Airwolf, Little House on the Prairie. Here's the Daisy Dog. There she is. This is just earlier this year. Sitting outside the shop in front of Michelle's there. Yeah, see, it says Michelle's on the door. That's going to be the reception area for my shop. Then I'm going to get Michelle a square terminal, and she could sell snacks and pop, give away some water and popcorn, right, Michelle? Here's one of the shops I was working in. Look at how big this is. I think you could fit quite a few semis and trailers in there. It's got a combine in the back. Not sure what kind of Caterpillar track vehicle that is in the middle. It's got floor sweepers. I was working on an excavator, putting a scrap magnet on it. This was a genset. So there it is, a big Komatsu. So I was standing on top of that excavator when I was taking the picture to the other. It would be to the left. And then I just fixed one in Olmsted County just the other day for them. There's a picture of it here somewhere. Not that. right here. So I was up there fixing their scrap magnet excavator at the landfill. So that's a big grapple bucket, but on the bottom of the bucket is an electromagnet. And then they got a lot of incinerator ash that they sift through with this magnet, and it's highly corrosive. Like, that's what I was up there doing, is fixing the resistors for the controller because they had gotten corroded. They had 2 other service people there before me because I couldn't get there for a couple weeks. So they called road machinery out. They couldn't fix it. They even called me this while they were on site. I tried to tell them that you need 24 volts on the field, and he said he had it, but when I got there, it did not. I was able to fix it, and it started raining this day. This is when we got the 8 inches of rain. Right after I got back home, and I was in between rain showers here when I was fixing it because I wasn't going to go out there and get wet. So it took me like 3 hours because of the rain. And then replacing the resistor and all the parts I needed to replace. A couple diodes I replaced too. Here's my water barrel. So I collect condenser water out of the air conditioning in my shop, and then I bought this pump and pressure tank. And then I got a hose, so the barrel's almost full right now. I ain't been using enough water. Oh, shout out to K-Tool. This cable went bad on the K-Tool lift I got. And this hoist is the K-Tool hoist right over here. It's just over 2 years old. And they warranted this cable. They sent us one. So that's what I did the long video on. Just did one of the last long videos, replacing that cable. So shout out to K-Tool for replacing that cable, warranted it, getting me the right one. My oil prices. Oh, I'm running out of stuff here. Buick Century wagon that I did some work on. You don't see those every day. This is at the house shop. Had a customer bring me in some cookies the other day. They didn't last very long, a couple days. O'Reilly's brake cleaner, look at that. '70 1776 anniversary, the 250 years this year. Yeah, we went out to the fireworks. Yeah, I completely understand that. But when you're working on cars, I got a collection of cars out there I bought in from people that have bad motors. Every one of the cars I have outside all have bad engines. And I think I got another one sitting on my hoist right now. I think I did look for an engine. There's none available. So the engine for this Jeep, I'm going to have to fix it if we want to fix the Jeep. And like Kim said, I'm going to have to take it all apart and redo it. But yeah, the K-Tool, the hoist over here. Shout out to them guys. My cable started getting frayed and I thought it was unsafe, so Michelle called them up, and that's how we found out it's called K-Tool. That's what they say. It's a K-Tool. Bought it on Amazon when I first opened the doors here. My first lift in here. Saved my knees. I got bad knees. I couldn't, when I was working at the other shop for a guy, all they had was a 2-post hoist. My knees were shot. I would call in to work. They wouldn't let me call in. But it's part of the reason why I came here. First hoist. It's got, let's go check it out. It's got 1,700 and some lifts on it. Switching you guys around. Oil change station back here. But I got a little counter on the lift. So you got to press it twice to make it count. But 1,735 lifts. And that cable I put on is this one. And it goes down here. It's this cable right here. A shout out to them guys. They got me a cable. The TV shut the live stream off. I've been going for too long. It said I had to click a button, and I didn't click the button fast enough. But normally we watch I watch the live stream. Leisure says Michelle threatened K-Tool with the attitude adjuster. Well, they were so concerned about their hoist. They were very easy to deal with, very accommodating, very nice. Oh, my camera just shut off. It'll go back on here in a second. I don't know why it does that. I'll put it up on something. I might have to just restart my phone. Just hold on. I got a picture. I'm gonna put it up here. I just gotta find it. Oh my! I got so many pictures on here. Well, we'll just put it up on something for right now. I'm gonna have to restart my phone or something. But I want to make my van into the A-Team van, and then my race car into the General Lee. And I want to be like that. I want to be like that guy. I don't know what's going on with the phone. I'm just gonna restart it. It probably timed out too. 4 hours and 14 minutes. Can you believe that? Oh, you know why the phone timed out? No, I don't know why. Let me put it back onto the phone. I'm going to redo this again. Interesting. My phone is not, the Droid Cam is not working. Oh. For some reason, let me put it on something else so you guys got something to look at. This Roadrunner is for sale. For some reason, the phone has lost the Wi-Fi network. Must be because I walked over to the other side of the shop. It's not connecting though. Well, that is super weird. I'm gonna restart my phone. So give it a minute. I'll put some more pictures up. Yeah, I was looking for. So this is where I used to work at. This guy. And I had no. I rebuilt the carburetor on this truck. I think it's a 1981 or 82 Chevy 305. But they lowered it, put the wheels on it. They buffed. This is original paint. They buffed it out and put some kind of a clear coat on it. And then those wheels. Here's me. My 91 Grand Am. I love that. That's the one I put the turbo on the quad 4. But if we go back into this picture, make it bigger, there's the race cars back there and the Chevy van. All right, I restarted my phone. Still not connected to the Wi-Fi. Why is that? Okay, now it's connected. Now I should be able to put the camera back on. Whoops. It's still not working. Oh, the Wi-Fi shut off on my phone again. It's not shutting off. It's just not staying connected to the network. All right, I think I'm back on now for a minute. So having some now it's shutting off. All right, well, I'm having some technical difficulties here. So I think I got to work tomorrow. Michelle has to go to work tomorrow. I have no idea what's going on with the phone. Won't stay connected to the network. Okay, I'll put it up on a picture and put it up on the Daisy Dog. And I think I'm winding down and going to call it. And sign off. I'm going to sign off. And I'm going to thank everybody for coming. It was pretty fun. We stayed on for 4 hours and 20 minutes. This is the longest stream so far. And I kept her ad-free for you guys. And I hope everybody has a great rest of the week and a great beginning or a great weekend and a great beginning to the week next week. Until I see you all again on Tuesday. So thanks, guys, for coming. And I'm having technical difficulties with the phone. I'll have to work that out tomorrow because I need this phone. But I'm signing off, calling it. Thanks, everybody, for coming. Nice seeing you, Mexican, Kim, Buff, Leisure. Rob was here earlier. Wrench Sense was here. A couple guys were trying to get their cars fixed, and we all tried to help them. But everybody that came, thank you very much. Have a good night.